Out of here. Yeah.
What's up?
So,
All right, so I decided this evening that it's about time I figure out what in the hell is happening in St. Louis. All I know is, like, as of yesterday, there are riots, and there's a couple of stores that have some very pro-gun owners, and they're not getting looted, and the rest of them are. And beyond that, I literally have no idea what's going on. Something about like an 18-year-old got shot or something. Like, what's going on?
I have no idea, but there's been a lot of things going on lately that I just can't seem to catch up on. Like Robin Williams just died. Holy shit.
Is it weird that I was like not really? I wouldn't say I wasn't surprised by it, but I mean, like, I really wasn't surprised by it. Like, it just seems to me like most of those actors, like especially comedians, ones that are like really funny and really hyper, like Robin Williams, they
Bipolar.
also get extremely depressed
hmm
very often. And when you have somebody that's extremely, extremely depressed, when it turns out that they kill themselves, like, really, when I saw it, like when I saw that, I was thinking to myself, I should have known that that was going to happen here before too long, because he just seemed like that kind of personality.
He years ago, that what was the movie Patch Adams. He basically pulled a Patch Adams on himself. Depressed, wanted to kill himself, did it.
What's good? What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Are you in the
Shit.
hospital?
Am I not? Oh, I'm in my fucking house.
Oh, okay. Dude, all I saw was like you wearing like a white shirt, real loose fitting, like on some kind
Oh,
of like
nah,
white
nah.
piece of furniture.
I
There's
got
balloons
like
in the background. I thought they said "get well soon," and then you like pull out a gun. I don't know what's going on, man.
a bunch of shit. Nah, my fucking couch had this fucking little thing. You know, a hairbrush. You can put it down or pull it up, whatever. And my girl's birthday was the other day, so those are balloons and shit. And her
So
flowers.
for her birthday, they get her get well soon balloons.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Because after what I did to her, she needs some time to heal up.
I like that you openly admitted to beating your girl on
I did. I
like.
beat her the fuck down. I told you I can find pussy anywhere.
Hey, we're live, by the way.
I know this is the lobby chat, right?
Yeah. I just
Okay, I
didn't
can
know if
find
you wanted to admit to that on here.
pussy.
You might get a knock on your door tomorrow,
It's cool. They can come down. I'm gonna start shooting.
though. Right on.
Y'all gonna see me on the fucking news tomorrow. Be like a crazy man with helmet and army camouflage on. Goes nuts. Turn his door into Swiss cheese.
Take
Beaver is
that.
finally going to be the one that gets all of our guns taken away.
I know, right? Fuck it. If
How do
my
you
guns go, your guns go.
uh, how do you set up a chat through gun channels?
You don't. You set up your chat and then you give Guru or GWeb the link and they will post it for you.
A gun lobby chat, like right now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They have to put it up. They have to like put up the link into gun channels so it can stream there. They just embed the video.
All right, I'll try it
Yeah, just
tomorrow. Cause
yeah,
I,
just
I sh-
don't take the actual Hangout link. If you're hosting and you look at the bottom, there's like a infinity sign or whatever. You click that and that'll give you like the view link, or find it on YouTube and give them that link. Don't actually give them the link to the chat. You know what I mean?
okay.
Yes. And they'll put it up for you.
That's good to know.
So yeah, man. So I fucking quit my job today. Now I'm about to be homeless.
Did you at least beat the shit out of your boss?
No, because she's a female, and I would have had like a assault charge, and they took all my guns away.
Uh,
Man, he already beat up his girl. He doesn't need to beat up his boss, too.
No, right? How many charges you trying to get me?
so why'd you quit? They pissing you off, or they're sticking
Yeah,
to you?
it's been a long time coming. I got another job though. I started Monday. I was about to put in a 2 week notice Friday, but then I came in today and she was on her crazy shit, and I was like, you know what? Today's gonna be my last day. I'm out, and I just went home. Like fuck this. I'm not even gonna give you a 2 weeks notice. It's not even worth it.
Hmm.
I had I had a nice one typed up too. I typed it up last night. LAPD shot somebody.
LAPD?
Yeah, it's on CNN right now. That's the thing, man. People don't understand how often this actually happens with, like, police abuse and them shooting people, unarmed people, whatever, and either getting away with it or covering it up or whatever. But, when one thing happens, it just sparks to, them covering all other type of events. I think that's kind of the same way how we were, every few months we were seeing all these mass shootings and stuff because it becomes a hot topic. You know what I mean?
That, and of course, people are always, oh, cops can do no wrong. It's never their fault. They were justified in what their actions.
Yeah, I like how I always hear the arguments about how like we shouldn't have this type of gun, but cops are they should totally have these types of guns. And then how often are those the same people who come up later on and say like that cop uh whatever you call it, like unlawful beatings and cop brutality, all that stuff. Are those not the same people saying that cops are the only ones who should have this type of gun? And then later on, they're the same people who are saying that like police brutality is a serious problem.
Yep.
Right. I mean, cops. I mean, yes, they should be held to a higher standard, but that doesn't mean that they're infallible and they're not human and they don't make mistakes or they don't use unnecessary force and they don't have any different motives and want to do harm to people. People just live in this fantasy land. Like you just said, cops can't do no wrong, which they're normal people just working the job, and they're crazy, they're sane, they're aggressive, they're passive, just like anybody else.
So there needs to be stricter psychological profiling if you want to be a cop. More rigorous psychological testing. Like,
I don't even think I don't even agree with that because I mean is
Yeah,
that
I
all
agree with
basis is that all basis because they have a gun and a badge? Because if that's so, then that would mean that anybody trying to get a concealed carry permit or buying a gun should have the same type of testing. I think you should just the process that they have now. I just actually went to a police orientation a few weeks ago, and they check your record. It's just a background check your family history, and the whole investigation, a lot of detector tests and stuff like that. It's a strenuous investigation, and most departments really go through it thoroughly with a fine tooth comb. And if you've done something, most likely it's going to come out. Their investigation is a lot more strict than when I joined the military. A lot more.
didn't know that.
Yeah, like I got stuff on my record that lets me into the military, but I can't be a cop as of right now. You know what I mean?
Well, of course, we're beating your woman all the time,
The problem I have with psychological evaluation of potential police officers, as opposed to like background check, they're checking for things that you have done, like you used to hang out with this guy,
Right.
or like you actually stole a car, or you beat somebody up because you got pissed at. Whereas the psychological evaluation is trying to determine how likely you are to do something in the future.
Like,
Yeah,
are you,
but
are you
Hold
gonna
on.
be
Let me
like,
finish this. There's also I've taken a couple of psychology classes, just like for my general education or whatever, And I have a friend who's a psych major, and I can tell you with I can tell you pretty surely, pretty confidently that psychology and like not even necessarily like psychoanalysis, but like mentally profiling people, whatever like that. It's not a science. It's an art form. Like you would have to have some guy listen to you, and then based on what his opinions are, that of course are based on some scientific principle that some guy came up with in a lab came up with in his study a couple of years ago. If you're a threat to anybody or not, or like if you're likely to do something or not. And it's just like it's all this free thought. Like if you've ever seen Minority Report, you'll kind of understand what I'm saying. But it's like all this, we're trying to keep people from doing bad things before they ever had the chance to do bad things.
Essentially, people change, and change is absolute.
Yeah, of course, but I'm just saying, like, they should be able.
It's that you have to give the person the benefit of the doubt until they actually do something wrong. It's like
Right.
Exactly. I mean, and that's how the United States work. You know, especially like with our judicial system. You can't lock people up for something that they might do, or what I mean. You gotta wait till shit happens. You know what I mean?
There is an exception to that.
So, would you hire some dude to be a cop if he has the complete mentality of a bipolar ex-athlete who misses the attention?
I mean, probably not. But at the same time, this same guy comes in and he passes all the shit, and when he does a psych evaluation, and it comes off that he's just a normal guy, and that stuff doesn't come in, you could bullshit that.
Besides, Ed, think about this. You said, would you hire an ex-athlete who's looking for more attention? It's like, how do you determine that he actually is looking for attention and he's just not really respects cops and thinks that he can do? Or like, how do you know that even if he has all these violent tendencies or something running around in his head, how do you know for certain that he's?
Oh, I'm not talking about firearm tendencies. I'm talking about their mood. Like, I mean, a lot of cops around here are like they barely graduated from high school, and then they went directly. Oh, I want to be a cop because I missed that being able to shove the kid in the locker and having the ability to command fear through or
most PDs
respect.
won't hire someone without a high school diploma.
Exactly.
No.
But this is what we're saying. Okay, he's saying he was a bully in school, whatever. All right, cool. But if that doesn't come out in that investigation, no one knows. You know what I mean?
If he actually pushed kids into lockers in high schools, that's something he actually did do. Like if he is on record being a bully, that's something he did do. I don't like that will show up in a background check, not in a psychological profile. A psychological profile is going to be like, oh, this guy is this, and this, and he's probably going to be bad for the department. I don't like that.
A psychological profile is not like a blood test. A blood test you can't fake. A psychological profile, you can go in there like an actor and play a part or a role.
True.
You can game the system in a psychological profile. You cannot game a blood test. That's why psychology and medicine are two totally different things.
All right, so like, if you can if you can, all right, I don't know if this will work. All right, let's say this. Can you analyze me right now just by talking to me?
We've been doing that since we first met you.
Exactly. Exactly. And what is your hold on? Hold on, man. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
And all right, you guys have been analyzing me, and you know me. So what is your summary of the kind of person that I am?
Honestly, I think you're batshit crazy.
And would I make, if I was physically able, would I make a good cop, or would I be one of those nut jobs like Officer Farva from fucking Super Troopers?
Yeah, there's no way in hell I'd hire you on a PD.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, there's also
but you're missing the point. Hold on, you're missing the point. Yes. Okay. Say me and you talk for sit in this chat and we talk like 8 hours. We got like a big long ass 8 hour.
Oh no,
check.
no, these guys know me for a couple years.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying me. So say tonight we take 8 hours and you come off as a cool guy who likes guns and you got a good what you're telling me is good. So everything I'm getting from you is totally fine. To me, you just passed my test. Whatever you're hiding didn't come out, so I can't do anything about that. If the same thing and you come out and you're talking about how I was on a farm and I used to just shoot my cows for fun, then I'm gonna be like, okay, well this guy has some issues. It all depends on what you present.
Shoot the Costa?
I'm a cow. I said a cow.
Oh.
I was using an example. But like if you're gonna psych eval and you don't present any information that seems weird, funny, or like you're unstable, then they have nothing to go off on. They can only go off of the information that you're presenting to them. Just like you can fake it. If you're crazy as hell, yeah, you can fake it and get hired. You know what I mean? It may come out a little later when you do some crazy shit.
I am crazy as hell too.
That wouldn't entirely be the department's fault or the psych evaluation person, whatever fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, those psych evals are not, obviously they're not a fail all or a fail safe. I mean, there's plenty of guys that get in 10 years, or not 10 years, 10 days later after they start, or 6 months, you start seeing tendencies that they're not going to make it. You know what I mean? So you can't. Really, the psych evals are. The psych evals really are an opportunity to limit the liability of a police department if someone's outwardly not right. And those tests are set up in a manner. If anybody's ever taken one, there's a lot of duplicate questions that are asked in multiple formats. So it's basically the same question asked a lot of different ways. So it's set up to get you to, if you're trying to fake it or if you're trying to lie about it, the way the questions are worded, your answers will be different. And if you show a different answer, then they're going to know, that's what establishes like a baseline for your, for how you answer and what your state of mind is.
We have something in the military called GAC. I think in mind is a psych.
I've taken a couple psych. I'm sorry, I keep cutting people off. I apologize.
Go ahead. Do you fail them? Your psych eval?
I've
cut people off and talk, man.
I mean, you said you've taken it a couple of times. Do you go back home, get your little study manual?
No.
What did I do wrong this time?
No, when you see a psychiatrist for certain medications, which I'm not going to see a shrink anymore, fuck them. Sometimes they want to do a psych eval, which is fine. What your first visit, that's a psych eval. You can fake that shit, but once they get to know you, they do a couple more, and over time they figure out shit. Like personally, I can come off as laid back, in control, all of that, but in fact I'm not. I am high strung, anxiety, fucking poor social skills.
Whoa. Did you learn all these things from your multiple psychological evaluations that you were all these things? Because I would never guess.
No, I learned this from getting picked on from you guys. No, poor social skills, emotionally, due to, basically I stay away from people because I hate everyone. Emotionally, I want to say inept, but that's not the correct word. Basically man-child. I got the personality of man-child. I like video games. I still haven't grown up, even though I'm 27. So not inept, but man-child. Like, I don't have that experience where constant socialization has taught me how to, like, when not to speak and when to speak. That's why I'm always easy to pick on.
Right.
But I realize
learn to play with others.
Yeah, but I realize that shit. So it's like.
Okay, yeah, this guy's nuts. But I mean, it's just like any other. It's any other, like, you go on a job interview. You can sit there, bullshit your resume and you go in the fucking job and you ace the interview because it's super easy. But when you get on the job, you're a lazy fuck who has no work ethic. You know what I mean? It's the same. It's the same thing.
Oh,
you
I'm
know?
not lazy on the
You
job.
can bullshit your way through life, and in like pre-stages of anything. But once you get into it for a while, the truth comes out. You know what I mean? And that's all we can do with any type of profession. Especially the police. There are these crazy, power hungry. I got a badge and a gun, and I can. I'm police. I can do whatever I want. But for the most part, you got a lot of good guys out there. And,
Honestly, it's the ones that are.
A very small percentage of a group can really screw the entire group up. I mean, I hate to say it, but
Like
the good people, the bad people usually bring the good people down. It's not usually the good people bring the bad people up to their level.
Right.
It's the lowest common denominator that usually defines your group and association. And again, and are we talking about St. Louis kind of what's going on there?
In general.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about the St. Louis Police Department, but I know that it's, kind of, there are a lot of bad parts of St. Louis, and of course, when the police force, when somebody goes and takes a job in a place like that, where there's a lot of flack they get from people, they get jaded. They get, why do you think LA cops are such peckers? Because they're in LA.
Right.
I mean,
police are no different than any other group. It only takes one bad apple to ruin the bunch, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, it's like, I mean, where I'm from in North Carolina, it's ghetto as hell. You know what I mean? Nobody likes the police, whatever. You know what I mean? And as a child growing up, I was, get harassed or whatever. What I seen as harassment. Now I'm a bit more understanding, but you know what I mean? You are walking and it's a group of like 15 people and y'all get stopped and searched or whatever. Y'all hanging out in the park at dark and you're not supposed to be here and you're like, oh, it's bullshit. Well, in actuality, we weren't out there doing the right things and, we shouldn't have been there and they don't know why we're out there, you know what I mean? We could be some type of gang or whatever and they're just doing their job, you know what I mean? That's for the most part. And for the most of them, they're just out there doing their job and you got bad ones that do shit like this and shoot people. I mean, they still haven't put out like the full details of what actually did happen. You get this story and that story, but I mean, I'm on the side of the people with this.
Yeah. And the ones that are always doing the shootings are not always the ones that are just, in general corrupt, but are the ones that are, well, it's kind of both, that have the itchy trigger finger to want to use their equipment, or they're just they're scared, and before using their training, they just want to use their equipment because it's faster and easier.
Well, speaking about what they're talking about in the side chat is that crazy LA bald cop who declared war on the LA police.
I can't.
Anyway, the thing is they got him cornered in a cabin up there in the mountains, and they actually have audio of the SWAT team making the decision to throw the smoke bombs in while they're still on fire as the flames coming out the side of them. They're like, yeah, use the flamers. They knew they were going to set the house on fire. They did it on purpose. I mean, that's pretty mean,
Does anybody really even blame him? Like this guy went crazy.
No. But the average American's like offended or astounded. It's like that's what I'd have done too.
Yeah, but that's after they took out the two women in the truck. With what?
Well,
20 rounds?
that was a total screw up.
Yeah.
Where they attacked two different trucks that didn't match the description. They didn't even have a person in it that looked like the person.
Whoa. Hold on. Step back. You guys really should care that the police acted like executioner and executed someone without a trial. This is the whole thing that you guys are complaining about, is the police have too much power and militarize the police. And they can
No, we weren't complaining
That's
about
exactly
police
what they
having too
did.
much power. We were saying they shouldn't go through mental psych evaluations that aren't even reliable to begin with. And when this is the only man who has ever actually committed a felony with a legally owned machine gun since that term even came into existence, and all of them there saw it happen, and then they watched him and they cornered him, and they said we can't go in there and get him. let's just light them on fire. I mean, it's like, this is about as bad a cop as there's ever been in the U.S. as far as I know.
No,
There's one.
Albuquerque was
dude,
worse.
you can't skip trial. I don't care what the reason is, or if he's mentally deranged, or if 100 people saw him do it. You can't subvert the legal justice system because
It was a situation. It was a situation where they were both trading fire at them, and they made the choice to tear gas the house and burn it down because they were engaged in a firefight with this guy who was barricaded inside.
They were in a hurry. He was going nowhere. I remember having this chat when it was happening, and I was the only one that made the exact or a very similar argument as to what Ralph is making right now. What was the big hurry to get him dead that night? When you could go nowhere.
They had to almost kill 3 other people in the process of catching that one guy.
So, but at that point, he was going nowhere. He was harming no one. There's no way he could have gotten out.
They wanted him. They wanted him.
That's what it came down to. It was retribution. They wanted him dead. They didn't want him out. They didn't want him going to trial. They executed him. You're right. And it's not right, but that's what they did.
Oh.
To have some attitude like it's acceptable is bullshit. So,
Exactly.
They
I don't
wanted
care
him.
who he is or what he did. He's an American. He's entitled to the same rights that you are, and that includes a trial by his peers.
No
So,
different than that Army private that may have walked off his post that they just got back recently. Whether he did or whether he didn't, I don't know. But he deserves the same as everyone else.
Maybe that cop had a mental issue, so now
you
he's
guys
dead.
are concerned about equipment that the police have, like MRAPs and shit. How about whenever they just fucking kill somebody because they feel like it, and we just all move on with our lives?
Yeah, but I mean, this scenario was a man actively shooting at them and them shooting back. This was a firefight between the two groups, and I kind of look at it from the standpoint of, you know, he could have surrendered at any time before they set the place on fire. He could have been shot by a sniper too.
They still
If
would
he
have
was shot
killed him
in
even
the head
if
by
he
a sniper,
surrendered.
would that have been wrong if he's shooting at the cops?
He's in his basement. How is he going to be a threat to somebody? Yeah, you can gas the place all night. That's fine. You don't have to burn the fucking place down, but you want to gas it backwards and forwards and again, that's fine.
Well, I agree that they went too far by setting the house on fire. That's not right. I agree with you guys.
They were going to kill him either way. I mean,
No, he could have surrendered. They
Doesn't
didn't,
matter. They still
they didn't want him to surrender. They
He could have probably surrendered and got into a mental hospital and then lived out the rest of his days on medication. He wasn't going to die.
We have a separation of powers for a reason, both at the presidential level as well as the micro level, of whether it be a Donner or someone else like that. There's a reason to separate those powers, and it's never a good thing when the lines cross.
I'm just saying, like, to gas a house and then light it on fire. I mean, that's. They wanted him dead. I mean, if he surrendered, like, straight up, took all of his clothes off and just walked backwards and screaming, "I surrender! I surrender!" They still would have shot his ass dead, or tear gas then shot him. They wanted him dead.
I don't know if I agree with that decision.
Well,
I don't think he would have ever just flat out surrendered like in the manner that you're describing, but I think that if he had, I can't imagine all of them saying, "Yeah, let's fucking light him up," and then just hosing him down with rounds.
All it takes is one, because I'm looking at it from this point of view. They're upset and they're scared. At the same time, they're upset and they're scared. And this guy he's barricaded them in, and they're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, what do we do? What do we do? They wanted him dead.
You know, I heard the conversation. The guy asked the head SWAT guy, he goes, "Should we use the regular tear gas?" And he goes, "No, use the flamers." And he says it just plain as day. No, use the flaming ones. Throw them in.
Have you guys?
He knew what he was doing. There was no compunction.
Yeah.
His intention was to set that place on fire and cook the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not right. But again, the guy put himself kind of in that situation by all his actions.
Have you guys ever been hit with tear gas before?
Shit.
Yes.
But it isn't right.
Alleged alleged actions.
Why? Because I was in the Army. That's why. That's part of the process.
During a demonstration, the wind shifted and everybody that was around got hit by a little bit of tear gas. And I can say without doubt, that shit is more than enough to, enough of it will definitely kill someone. Just one can or
What?
two, that will definitely
Kill someone, dude. Come on.
not kill. Use the
Hey,
wrong
if
word
this
again.
place is in a box and you
Subdue-
can't breathe, then you'll die.
Incapacitate.
Which is what it's designed for.
Yeah, but like people that are like me, super anxiety and all that shit. That shit really gets a person like me going, and we'll straight out start flopping around having a seizure, just because it's such an adjective to the system, and you can't breathe, you can't see, you're on fire, you're fucking hurting. It's causing a severe amount of physical and emotional stress.
Some people actually do light on fire when they get hit by tear gas, but there have to be other things going on.
Man, I only got hit by a little bit of that stuff along with the rest of the crowd, and I was freaking the fuck out. Armpits, ears, eyes, nose, mouth, shit.
Everything you described, Ed,
Where
is
did you
normal.
get tear gassed?
It was a demonstration. Like, you buy this stuff, check it out. A demonstration. We're going to tear gas a couple of these guys. Buy some, and the wind shifted, and we all got a little taste, and it was fucking horrible.
And let me ask you one follow-on question: Did they put Did you go through massive puking afterwards?
Yes, I did, and I had a seizure.
Yeah, because there's an additional agent that they put in there to cause that effect precisely. That it's more than just tear gas. There's also a nausea agent that's induced in it.
Well, it's not just nausea. It's just I couldn't breathe, and I was coughing so violently, I started dry heaving, and then went into a grand mal seizure. Now, that stuff alone, pop that in someone's basement. I don't care if he's a cop, 20 years on the force, whatever. That shit works.
But Ed, if you have a mask on, because I've stood in a mask in a room with no windows, no ceiling, and the tear gas a-flowing. If you have a mask on, you are going to breathe perfectly fine.
Oh, well, we didn't have masks. We had the...
Right. I'm just saying, it was reported, and I don't know if it's true. It's supposedly...
That he had a tear gas mask?
Yes,
He was smart enough to have a gas mask.
And the gas masks do work, even in a room that... you can't even... The gas is so thick, you would think there was a fire. As far as you can't see 10 feet in front of you.
Well, the thing is think about what they do. They put on the gas mask, they throw the tear gas in, and then they run through the clouds.
Right.
With the plan that the people on the inside are vomiting and incapacitated.
That's the point of the gas chamber in basic training, is to put you in there with your gas mask, show you that these things actually do work, and then you take them off and snot all over yourself and come out crying like a little girl because that part's fun.
I cried.
Also,
that strikes home the point that you put the gas mask on when they tell you to.
It's to give you faith not only in the gas mask, but also if you deploy gas, that as far as the effect it has on the enemy, if you were to choose for some reason that particular tool, that you know that it works.
It works.
I can tell you that pepper spray really sucks, and I'm after doing that video where I had it demonstrated on me. If I ever do anything wrong and a cop pulls a can out, I'm just going to run into his police car with my head and knock myself out.
Was this standard issue stuff, or was this that Cold Steel Inferno?
This was it was called law. The advertisement on the can was law enforcement grade pepper spray. I think it was. It was about it wasn't as strong as the bear spray. The bear spray I think is 3 million SHUs. This stuff was around 1.5. It was about half the power of bear spray, which again, that's what the law enforcement carries. It was law enforcement grade level pepper spray.
No, I don't remember what the name.
This is what I got.
Here.
Yeah, that Fox stuff is worse.
Fox Labs is makes Cold Steel Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fox
Because this
Lab
is
like 5 million.
5.3 million.
Yeah, I was about to say it's in the 5 million range instead of the 1.5.
Yeah,
The 1.5 sucked.
that stuff looks familiar, and I'm actually starting to get anxiety just looking at it.
How much
This
does
stuff,
that can of Fox Labs run?
I don't know, but you can like take like spray it on your fist and just like punch people in the nose, right?
What, the Cold Steel Inferno or the Fox Lab?
You would probably irritate your fist so bad you wouldn't be able to close your hand, much less punch somebody in the face.
All right, stop showing the pepper spray, please.
It's sprayed on your jambalaya.
This shit's making me nervous. My brother sprayed me in the face once like a dumbass.
Nobody touched the part where it sprays it, because if you get it on the computer camera, it'll smell it.
That's right.
No, it just
Why are you nervous, Ed?
Bad memories. My brother had one of those.
Spray the camera so we can watch Ed freak out.
Somebody spray the camera so Ed will lose it.
My brother got one of those stupid two-shot. I forget what the hell they are. It was made by Cold Steel Inferno. The burst shots, you know, where they're two-shot. Looks like anyway. My brother was showing it to me, and I told him, stay away from me with that. Stay away from me with that. And he's like, oh, it's safe, bro. It's totally safe. He fucking hits me with the first cylinder and puking my guts out and crying like a little bitch. And he's like, oh, sorry, bro. Cold Steel Inferno.
Hey, we got a great question though.
I hate pepper spray.
Marco asked, he said, with the amount of people in this country that have asthma and heart conditions, should tear gas and tasers even be too available to the police? Many times they are used by police not for defense but to subdue.
How many people with asthma and heart conditions are participating in a hardcore physical riot?
But okay, hold on.
People with heart conditions have been killed by tasers.
Hold on. Let's take riot out of the question and just talk about people in general, because they don't only use tasers and they're on people that's rioting.
Yeah, the problem that's been happening is they haven't been using. It's not when they use a taser or pepper spray as a less lethal weapon. It's when they're using it as a compliance tool. And there's been some fairly significant legal analysis over when that's appropriate, when it's not. And some legislatures have actually cracked down on the use of tasers and pepper sprays as a compliance tool rather than as a defensive or even offensive less lethal weapon.
So you're saying when protesters are sitting down on the ground, you shouldn't walk by and just spray them in the face like that one guy that campus cop did?
You know,
UCLA.
That guy needed to get falcon punched.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love that you said falcon punched. That makes me happy.
Kicked in the face with a fucking donkey. There we go. Aw, crack. Personally, I've been tasered a couple times. I've been tasered by one of those.
I am not surprised.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised either. The first time I got tasered was with one of those actual X26s or whatever the hell they're called, the yellow ones, the big ones. And this is in middle school. Now, back then,
your teachers were rough.
In middle school?
Yeah, middle school. Middle school.
Well equipped.
Yeah. All I remember, I remember what happened, but when they said they're gonna do it, I see this little red dot on me. I'm like, fuck you, you ain't gonna do it. And then I'm like, I'm on the floor. What just happened? There was a gap in time. Nowadays, it's them fucking things give me a seizure. They're so damn powerful.
Okay, so what was the second time you got? Was the second time you got tasered another one of the I dare you, I don't think you're gonna do it situations?
Yep. It was you better shoot me, otherwise I will come back at you. And I came back at the person like 2 days later, but damn things fucking suck.
The guy was probably like, he's all jacked up off Mountain Dew.
That's Ricky Bobby. I'm all jacked up a Mountain Dew. I'll scissor kick you.
I got a guy here in the mail today. He's throwing a grenade, but he's got something in his hand, and I can't figure out what it would be. Those little plastic army men. So what did the guy who threw the grenade? What was in his hand?
A grenade?
Oh no,
You
his
think
other
it's
hand.
Is it a stick?
the thing that looks like a stick?
Yeah, what is that?
Dildo.
A stick.
Back him up. He's really blurry.
Well,
He's picking up a big stick and he's gonna hit somebody with it.
this is his grenade, and then over here he's got some sort of
Knife? You think he's got a knife? Like he's throwing the grenade and he's down to his knife because he doesn't have his gun no more?
So whoever doesn't die from the grenade, you can beat him to death.
I got a question. Why did you buy an Army Man? Why'd you buy
Model 24 grenade. What are you guys talking about?
No, I didn't buy it. It came as like swag. I've got a pad for a sling, and in the product came some army guys.
He's holding up his gun there, dude, or something.
He's not throwing a grenade. He's probably doing the shmoney dance.
No, I can see it's. You guys can't see it, but it's a pineapple grenade.
Is he holding a bazooka with the other hand?
Well, no, it's just one hand. It's like sticking like right out of his. I realize you guys can't really see
Got a
it.
green thumb.
Yeah.
It's not a pineapple grenade, or it'd be in his hand.
That's his high accuracy grenade aiming stick.
Fucking M24 grenade.
M1 long.
It's a Glock 30 round Glockazine.
That's kind of what it looks like. But
That's what it is. Because he's throwing the grenade to give him time to reload. Because in a real firefight, you don't do this magical shit.
this guy came in there too, and I'm assuming this is an M1 Garand since he's got like a World War II type helmet on.
No, that's an assault rifle.
It looks like a trench shotgun.
It's not an assault rifle because it's not black. It's OD green.
Exactly.
No, it's an EGR, not TBR.
We're playing with plastic toys.
Well, it changed the subject, didn't it? And there you go. So
Yeah.
what's next?
So, back to police overstepping the bounds.
Oh man.
I'm just kidding.
I'd rather get shot than shot with a taser.
Well, you should
I have
you
the
should walk
opposite
in the street holding your rifle or something. I don't know. But,
What?
I'd definitely rather get shot with a taser than get shot.
I would also
Yeah.
definitely rather be tased than take bullets.
I let people shoot me with a taser in training. I've never let anyone shoot me with a real gun in training.
Yeah, right. Don't even shoot. Stand over there when you shoot. It's like, oh man. Hey, Edwin, what state are you in?
Florida.
Yeah,
I think
put
it
that
depends
right
on what
on
day of the
Florida.
week it is. What
It's never to visit. I never visit Florida.
Anybody
It's
with Simunitions, Force on Force stuff?
Like everybody, grab your tasers. Like with dual wielding tasers on three.
I wouldn't-
1, 2. Hit them with all 12 tasers. And
I wouldn't let it.
pressing the triggers. Keep pressing the triggers. Count. Make those counters go up to 30 seconds.
I wouldn't let anyone shoot me with a Simunition either.
Anyone get hit with or practice with Simunitions?
No. I haven't.
How?
I'd love
I know it doesn't.
Where would happen in DB?
I'd rather do airsoft. I'd rather practice with airsoft.
I guess about 2005, we played with them at the infantry conference at Benning. Got shot with them and got to shoot people with them, but not extensive use. Just playing with them in the afternoon at one of the other vendors.
Yeah, we had paintball ones when I was in AIT.
They don't feel good.
Other than
No.
other than head and eye protection and throat protection, did you just wear long clothes or?
I don't want to get hit with one wearing a T-shirt, of course, but heavy clothing. I mean, they sting. It's I'd say less than a BB gun, but more than a spit wad. How's that?
Yeah.
What, getting hit by a taser?
No, but so it's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, it's gonna leave a mark. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
Have you ever froze paintballs?
Ow. Yes.
That's
like
just
it-
mean.
From what I hear, it'd be like getting shot like a frozen paintball.
That's like in the wintertime, frozen, throwing an ice ball at somebody instead of a snowball.
Well, more power than that, but I guess.
You know those super bounty balls? Super rubber bounty balls? Whatever. There was somebody that used to put those in his paintball gun. We beat the crap out of him at the end of the match. Every like second shot he did was a super bounty ball instead of a paintball.
Oh, you mean like a miniature Super Ball?
Yes, that's what those are. Yeah, miniature super ball. Man, those things really hurt, especially when 400 feet per second up to I think it was 450 FPS. It hurts.
I got one other thing in the package. Is kind of like it has nothing to do with guns, and again, I don't know why they sent it to me. They send it one of these things, one of those 5-hour
energy
drinks. I'm like, what does this have to do with firearms? You sent this to me as gun swag.
I like that. What company sent you all this
Oh,
stuff?
it's the cherry one. Ew.
Oh yeah, the 5-hour energy people have been getting with all kinds of fulfillment houses doing that stuff. And having those thrown into things. I've gotten them
That's
in
cool.
a
That's
few
just
packages
$3
recently.
a piece. Those are $3 each. That's a win.
Well, first of all, I like cherry, but it had something at first that really got my attention. It said benefiting Special Operations Warrior Foundation, and I thought, well, that was kind of cool. And then as I looked further into it, it was from like June 1st to July 30th or whatever, and it's like I just got it today. I mean.
Yeah, you just got it, but the company that bought them probably during that time.
Yeah, it's just probably old stock.
And then the actual benefit was a nickel per container.
How much do they cost?
Well, like $3.
Yeah, retail they're usually just under $3. I mean, kind of. But so.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. They should at least be giving like 20%.
Yeah. I mean, because when I see stuff like this, I mean, I'm more likely to buy it for that. Yet not 5%. And that's not even 5%.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's better than nothing. And if you like them, you might as well buy that one.
Well,
it is better than nothing.
I mean, they sell a lot of those. Okay.
Yeah, they probably do, but it's under, I wouldn't say false pretenses, but damn near. That's bullshit. It's like I used to be a telemarketer, and they only give like 8% or 7.5% to the thing that we were calling getting money for. And that's bullshit.
Yeah, and like what Comptact sends Smarties candies, LaRue Tactical sends barbecue dry rub, and somebody else sends blow pops. I can't remember who.
Yeah.
I don't mind getting free stuff. It just I was just surprised because sometimes, like when I go on long drives, I do take this stuff so I don't fall asleep behind the wheel.
So it works.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for driving purposes, it works for me, but that's the only time I take it. I don't normally take it. I think like anything else, it's like a tolerance. If you take it all the time, you'll build up a tolerance to it.
I've never tried one before.
Yeah, I would say for you might want to think twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't drink. I can't take stuff like Red Bull, Monster. I can't.
Yeah, well, even Mountain Dew is not good for everybody because some people are just very sensitive to high sugar, high caffeine.
Yeah.
I think you need to start with like 2 or 3 5-hour energies, like before you really get up there into the normal dose.
Yeah, definitely. First time, you definitely want to take 3.
You need to work your way up to a normal level.
Snort it. I like to snort it, actually.
Well, no, the day is
Actually, freebase it. I burn it in a spoon.
Get it real concentrated.
A day is 24 hours long, so for one day you need at least 5 of these.
I'm gonna waterboard you with the 5-hour energy.
There you go.
I'll have so much energy that I won't be able to feel your waterboard.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. Well, Ed is taking ginseng suppositories and all.
No wonder he's so anxious.
Namaste. Red Bulls for a while, they were pretty good, but I don't know. I think they're stronger now than they used to be.
What's that?
Red Bulls, I think they're stronger now
Well,
than
that's
when they
what
first
happens.
came out.
That
Oh,
happens
no,
when you
I'm
mix
not.
them with vodka.
I'm not big on energy drinks and caffeine and stuff like that. It's bad for you, man.
Yeah, I don't drink that stuff.
As you're smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to put any more harmful shit in my body. Cigarettes is bad enough, right?
Well, when I was in college, I actually worked as a full-time security guard to try to pay for school, and I drank probably 12 cups of coffee, pissed almost constantly, and that's when I started smoking out of boredom. I mean, I played around with smoking before I became a security guard, but when I was,
I want to
That's
know
what
what
ma-
college you were going to that you could afford to go there on a security guard salary.
well, I was living at home as well, living at home, working as a security guard, and then going to school.
Security guards make money. My boy is an armed guard. He makes like $27 an hour.
Yeah.
I
No,
think
this,
it's like $29 an hour now.
this was not an armed guard type thing. This was guarding housing that was being built, housing development. It was.
Even unarmed start off at like $18, $19 an hour. They make pretty decent money.
I mean, I made maybe $1 over minimum wage. I mean, but hey, I was just a kid in college. That was good enough.
Yeah. Should have sold some drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, pop. Oh, damn. Never mind. Let me respond to this in a text.
Yeah, it's not like we're online live.
Yeah.
We are live.
Total sprinkles, chicken fuckers, total sprinkles.
I'll give you $10 if you call him chicken fucker.
Chicken fucker.
So, but Girk, you mentioned about a guy who was an armed guard. So, what state is he an armed guard in, and what are the requirements in that state?
Oklahoma.
Well, I mean, this my boy. Remember my boy JJ was up here? He told you all you guys. He's
I think so. Yeah, he's kind of a skinny guy.
Yeah. He's SBO. He was in my video that I just posted actually. Yeah, he's a SBO.
Oh, yeah.
Works for a company.
Is he the one who had the cell phone upright instead of sideways?
Yeah. He didn't know how to hold the phone. But so I mean, down in DC, and I mean, to be an armed guard out here, I guess it's mostly anywhere. It's like a special security license that you have to get. It's not hard. You just gotta, clean record type of thing.
I mean, in Illinois, you have to have armed security guard has to attend a 2-week class full time, 8 hours a day.
I don't know how long the classes is for it. I haven't really. Well, I looked into it kindly. It differs. I got a place. I was looking at a place where it's like I don't know, like a week. But I guess it all depends on where you're at, your location. But out here, I mean, security is big business in DC. The contract everything off, so those guys make a ton of money.
Yeah.
Before I transferred to the place I just was at, when I was at the World Bank, those guys in there were making like $35 an hour. All they did is stand at the door and check IDs, and they were armed.
But the thing about that is, I know people knock them because they say all they do is stand there. Yeah, stand there as a target. I mean, if somebody's going to try to go in and shoot their boss, first they got to get past them. Now, if they decide guns a-blazing, they're going to shoot the guards first.
Dude, they got so much red tape for when they can actually use their firearms. It's ridiculous. But shit, I stand there for $35 for every $20 straight for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I realize it doesn't look like a it looks like a very easy job, but it's also a very risky job.
Who phone's ringing, man? Mute yourself, dude.
It's not
But
my
yeah,
fault.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, it's a very easy job. I mean, you know, but at the same time, I mean, you know, you're guarding a post for a lot of times, and you're bored as hell. You know what I mean? It has its ups and downs, but hey, that pay is a great incentive.
But it's either nothing happens or everything that can go wrong happens.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a new phone, and I don't know how the hell this person got my phone number.
It's not still vibrating.
I just got it. I'm still trying to figure out how to silence it when somebody's calling me.
It's probably an Android, so swipe down the top
Yeah.
and the bottom. Like a little-
It is.
Swipe down
Just
from the
hit
top.
any button. If you want to silence it,
Well,
any button will silence
It's
it.
it's the
just
S5. I haven't turned off. I don't know how to turn off that damn fingerprint thing. That's why it kept ringing.
You got an
Just
iPhone.
hit
Okay.
your on-off
For the
button.
iPhone. Is it an iPhone?
No, it's the S5.
You can muffle the sound by throwing it in the top tank of your toilet.
Yeah, literally, any button on there will silence the call because then it knows you know it's ringing.
Right.
Yeah, I tried that. It wasn't.
Okay, well look, I'm trying to tell you what to do. Go into your home screen, swipe
Okay.
down from the top, and there's a little circle or whatever little thing at the top, and it's going to be a vibrate. Just tap that, put your phone on vibrate. That's what it does. It's like your little.
I know that. It's just I couldn't get it to unlock the touch.
Oh, okay.
That stupid biometric thing on it. Anyway, yeah, I got the S5 today, and I'm trying to upgrade my. I'm trying to route my Galaxy S3 to the new 4.4.4 KitKat, but I don't know how because it's not the international version. So I had to get into the phone. I got the charcoal black color, S5.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Next subject. Let me check the comments.
How the fuck did he get my new phone number? What an asshole.
Yeah, that's the guy that's stalking you.
Yeah, I just got this fucking phone today. It's a brand new SIM card and everything.
Oh, I didn't see you guys. You guys didn't see. Check my new sites out with my Glock. Well, I can tell you the story. I got kind of fucked over, right? Can y'all see him? Black rear, big dot front.
Can you slow down? The camera's just catching up on my end. Yeah, I see him. Nice.
But what happened was that I went to the gun show and I decided to get some excess big dots. So the guy had one pair left that he had just took off somebody else's gun. So I checked it out, not ever having none. I was like, oh, okay, it's good to go. I got home, messing with it in the dark, trying to see the night sights, and the back one didn't glow. So I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this? So I'm fucking, I'm like, okay, so I got a dude's card. I called and left a message, whatever. Then I called DP. Whatever. He's like, oh, this dude's gonna fuck you over. He's not gonna take the money back. And I give people benefit of the doubt. I'm like, yes, he is. I'm gonna go back. So I went back the next day, tell him what's wrong. He's like, well, you checked them out before I left, and I told you, you said they were good to go. So, you know, I'm not giving you money. I'm like, what the fuck? So he said he would. He switched the rear. He was trying to get me to. Like, he's going to give me, like, a credit for what I paid for him and give me to buy some different sites. But I was like, I'm not doing that. So he switched out the rear for a blacked out one. And I think it looks pretty cool, and I like it. But when I get another Glock, I'll probably throw these on another gun or get a rear excess big dot and then probably get a fiber optic for the front. Because kind of that, like, in the dark, you know, you have nothing for the rear, but I was messing with it earlier, and I kind of got like a good line of sight on it in the dark with just seeing the front. So, but it's pretty cool, and I can like rack it off shit because it has like the little ledge.
You can get it to work. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't need sights. I'm an operator.
Oh yeah. I didn't make a video, but I went to the gun show this weekend just passed, and I saw something I haven't seen in a while, and it's that stupid little conversion that makes your Glock 17 go full auto. That little switch on the back.
Yeah, but those are like
Illegal.
No, I don't. No, they're not illegal.
I think it's illegal if you have a Glock and the switch. I think that's like constructive intent or whatever. But I think if you only have a Glock or the switch,
Maybe, I don't know if any of them are pre-banned, but I'm guessing they're all like post-banned, like the part maybe. But
and they're not just a switch; it's the internal workings to a G18.
It was the silver one that has the switch where you turn it.
No, they weren't completely different from a Glock 18. The Glock 18 actually has like the switch on the slide, and then it has like a cutout in the frame for auto.
And it goes.
There's actually a thing that they put on the
just replacing your backplate.
The little striker retainer on the back that they put a switch on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Those things are around.
Piece of
and
shit.
they're completely allowed in other countries that allow for this stuff. In the U.S., they're all post 86. There's really no way to legally transfer one that I'm aware of.
You mean pre-86?
No, they're all post 86, made for other countries, if I remember right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how about anybody ever, because I asked you, you never got back to me, anybody ever seen like the drop-in auto series or like the lightning links for ARs?
I had a lightning link. My neighbor let me burn it out because they don't last. They're cool, but they're now completely illegal.
Yeah, I seen it back in the 90s. You could get a buddy of mine.
You said they're completely illegal?
That worked.
Now they are.
A
Why?
lot of ARs now don't have they put a shelf in there, so you can't just drop in that sear type of thing, right?
Well, that's in there. That was in there, so you can't put in full auto trigger assembly. That's what that was.
By the way, CMMG 9 dedicated 9s lowers don't have it.
You said what?
CMMG dedicated 9mm lowers don't have that shelf.
Oh, okay. I guess they still, make them on there. But yeah, like that's cool as hell. Like, just think of it's still expensive to get like a drop-in auto sear, but it's way cheaper than getting a whole lower. And then you can put that in any gun you have.
I mean, look, mechanically, it is not all that complicated to make a gun go full auto.
Right.
It's not about if the gun's capable. It's about whether or not you're going to break the law in doing it.
Right.
If I could get a full auto, I wouldn't. I would prefer a burst option on my AR, just because I think it's better.
Well, why wouldn't you get a full auto and just burst it when you shoot it?
I'm sorry, what?
Why wouldn't you just get a full auto and burst it when you shoot it? Why limit yourself?
Personal control.
AR isn't an open bolt.
Because if you hold it down, there it goes. It's gone. Everything, all 30 rounds are gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying
AR just means you had a 30-round burst instead of a 3-round burst.
Yeah, it's easy to do 3-round bursts with a full auto.
I mean, I was trained to do press release, press release, press release, press release, press. To do exactly that, emulate a burst.
I mean, yeah.
I mean that's how
you didn't. You just did press release, press release.
All the big machine guns I use in the army, saws, 240s, 50s, you shoot them burst mainly so you won't fucking wear the barrel off faster and get it too hot.
But this is also when there were only M60s and full auto M60s.
Well, it's never been just M60s for full autos. There's been all kind of stuff in the arsenal.
Yeah, right. Full auto has been there damn near from the beginning, just because it's so easy to make something full auto. It's a lot harder to do semi-auto than it is full auto. won't do full autos. Full autos were legal, I would go nuts, and I would have fucking so many full auto guns.
I'm really not all that interested in full auto. Ammo's expensive.
Ammo's always.
I feel it's like going to the amusement park. It's fun for a ride, but then I leave it there. I mean,
Nah. But just think of everything that's selectable. You don't have to shoot it in full auto. You know what I mean? But it's there if you want it. You know what I mean?
it can be fun. I mean, if once a year you got to go shoot 100 rounds and then you got your thrill and then you put it away.
Nah, see,
Yeah, I guess I shot
can't
enough
shoot
full
just 100
auto.
rounds.
Yeah, I guess I shot enough full auto over the years that the novelty's all gone for me.
Must be nice.
Yeah, but there's nothing like shooting full auto at nighttime.
That is fun. Especially with
Only
tracers.
with tracers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, every fifth law is a tracer.
I still love it. Every time I go to the range, I find some way
I
to
did used to carry a mag full of nothing but tracers. They were good for directing fire and marking targets at night, or even during the day.
Well, that is, a great purpose that a lot of people aren't aware of is exactly what you just said, is marking targets. Whether it's your squad leader, saying, okay, I'm gonna locate the enemy. You fire where you see me fire.
Visualize, Padawan, and then fire. Those green tracers for the Ruger, the green tracers for the 22 long rifle, those are fun. The what are they made by? Butler Creek? No, Bitterroot. Anyway, those things are fun. They grow bright green into a Ruger 10
Valley or something.
through a full auto Ruger 1022. Man, that thing's great.
Yeah, I gotta pick me up some more tracers. It's a good round too.
The thing you have to remember about tracers is they will start fires downrange.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Every time I go to the range, I was in a base earlier this year, helping run the range, and just like the fire department was just out there all day, just doing like controlled burns because people on other ranges would just burn it up with tracers.
Hey, Dano. Dano, are you there?
Just getting caught up on Rachel Maddow.
I'm back.
So she
I
was
was gonna
just comparing
say-
it as in like they backed the police down at Bundy, and she was making the. I was kind of sort of shocked. Put it together that quick. Because we were just talking about how there should be people backing up St. Louis here soon.
Nathan, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was trying to place your army man, and I think he's carrying a M69 single-shot grenade launcher in that front hand that he's turned around to hold as he throws the grenade. That's my best guess. Because everyone I found pictures of him online, and the unit he's with is all carrying Korean War vintage weaponry.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's
So
a
I went to look at the Korean War weapons issued to Americans, and that's the closest thing I could find that looks like what he's holding.
That, or it's just a piece of overmolded plastic that's driving you crazy. That's
Well,
not.
No, they make this toy. I mean, like, I found other pictures besides Dano's that look exactly like that.
Well, I got some right here. Let's have a look at this.
You're referring to flashing. And the flashing actually comes out that the heel of his boots is where the injection point is. What's that noise? Anyway, the injection point is at the heel of his boots. So that's where the flashing would be.
So are you saying that your Green Army man is not strictly technically and tactically proficient?
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Employing that grenade.
I don't have a lot of gun smacks.
Well, that one here, he's carrying a rifle. See, that's why I thought he was carrying the rifle like this guy.
Yeah.
See, That's why I thought it looked just like that, but it
Yeah, he doesn't.
going straight up.
He does. He is carrying something attached to that vertical thing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
just,
that's why I was saying it looked like a tube to me, like it was like a bazooka or.
exactly, but it's very short. It's clearly not a rifle or a carbine of any type. Well, who knows? It'll be a mystery.
Those things, when you light them on fire, they drip molten plastic that's burning still. That was fun as a kid. Don't get it on your foot.
So you're saying they're made out of cosmoline?
It's like napalm. That stuff just burns, drips as it's burning, and then lights whatever. It's like touching a hot glue gun to your finger. You know, you ever did that stupid thing?
You know, as a kid, I did all sorts of stupid shit. But I was actually a little bit surprised that cosmoline lit on fire, even though it's a petroleum product, only because why would you put something like that you're trying to store long term and then coat it in stuff that ignites?
Well, I mean, they're wrapped in plastic beyond that, so it's not like.
Well, plastic burns too.
It'd be a good survival, tool. Though imagine you grab yourself a new Mosin and then you grab some goop. You got plenty of stuff for fire starter when it's up in Siberia.
Now, I've never owned a Mosin, so I've never dealt with stripping cosmoline off of the gun. But I mean, I thought the standard thing was to kind of stick one in the oven and heat it up to melt that shit off.
Everyone's got a different thing.
I stuck mine in the shower and put the shower on hot, super fucking hot, and that just melted.
There you go. See, that's what's happening. Sorry, Dano.
Yeah.
His rifle is missing. That's the
Yeah.
the internal. That's what he's holding.
That totally looks like what Dano's
exactly what you got.
He just broke. That's all it is. He probably.
Ralphie's got it. Good on you, Ralphie.
Well, the one that Ralph pulled up, the guy's got what looks like a Thompson.
Yeah.
This guy is not holding a Thompson.
Put yours up there again.
All right, just a minute.
They got mistakes. I got like 10 of them that have half the gun now too.
I found multiple other pictures of him. I don't think it's a mistake. I think that's a design thing. He's holding something.
Yeah. Oh, you see how it looks like it's long up against his stomach? Am I wrong here, Dano?
You think it's a mortar? You think he's holding a mortar?
I think he's holding a bazooka or something.
It's coming out of his hand. So, I mean, there's something along his arm. But
it looks like it's attached to his belly.
It seems to be connected to that thing coming out of his hand. But it's too far to the end to be like a magazine.
Could it be a grease gun?
Yeah,
I looked at it. I looked at it on my picture. It's definitely not a grease gun, but that magazine is just too big on it. It's the problem.
Right. And it's too short. It almost looks too short to be a carbine. Anyway.
Maybe it's a launcher, M1 Law, or.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna stab the camera with it. Dun, dun, dun.
Put a cape on him.
That's the most expensive.
Wait, looks like from the other side. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that's a launcher.
He's waiting for Captain Cornholio to get there.
Anyway, that's him.
That looks like a launcher. I mean, in one end he's using a launcher, and that thing's depleted, so now he's throwing a grenade.
Yeah, it's like he's holding his grenade launcher as he's throwing a grenade.
Yeah. Don't you
it.
guys know it's the shoulder thing that goes up?
I can't barely see it.
That's what that is. Now that we've finally found one. A shoulder thing that goes up.
It's a barrel shroud. That's what that is.
Actually, the shoulder thing that goes up is on the back of every M60.
Exactly.
The mystery has been solved.
Oh, that's the most hilarious.
So wait, what is it?
It's the shoulder thing that goes up.
I guess you guys never, when you were kids, shot those with the BB gun. Shot the little toy army plastic soldiers.
I didn't shoot them. I was burning them.
How dare y'all desecrate
Take
I wasn't murdering in cold blood my action figures so that I could pass
paintball
like an hour later.
and inject some kerosene into it.
I hope a G.I.
My
Joe
favorite one was the
teabags you
bazooka
too.
guy. The bazooka guy, because he was kneeling down, he had that bazooka, and he was like one of the few ones that didn't have the plastic base to hold him up. So he was like the cooler army guy because he could sit on his own legs. Used to love those.
He was operator because he didn't
was
have a base.
Exactly. He dripped some good flaming plastic, I'll tell you what.
I mean, come on, man. Good sunny day, a magnifying glass, and some army men. That's hours of entertainment for an 8-year-old.
No.
I do recall having black cats and sticking them in ant mounds and putting army men on them, and they're getting blown off the ant mounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Artillery ring.
I used to like the lady fingers, those miniature ones. I'm like that. They're like
Oh,
miniature.
those are good.
Yeah, miniature.
But the fuses are way too fast on
Oh
lady
yeah, they just and you're done. Smack, smack.
I have my old boss from about 12, 13 years ago. He actually was in the Army for 2 years and got out of the Army because he was actually blown up during a training mission. His first sergeant and his lieutenant were throwing satchel artillery things, like to simulate artillery explosions. They were throwing them at each other. And he has no idea these two are throwing them at each other, and they're blowing up and blinding them when they jump out of the way. So he just says he's running up the hill. His lieutenant thinks he's the first sergeant, throws the satchel bomb at him, hits him in the chest. He falls down on it, and he says he looked down to see what it was, and all he saw was the fuse go into the bag, and he woke up 2 weeks later in the hospital.
Jesus.
And
the standard artillery simulator has the explosive force of a quarter of a stick of dynamite.
Yeah, and this happened 25, 30 years ago when they were doing that in the early 80s. And according to him, the lieutenant ended up in Greenland at a listening post.
I bet. Now we use these like whisper things. You just pull it, and it's a little strong ass little fire, and it just whistles. Which I burnt the hell out of my fingers on one, trying to arm one, so like it simulated like booby trap on a door. My fingers like bubbled up for a month.
I'm glad I was never one of those kids that held the M80 in the hand.
Yeah, we got the silly idea of combining a artillery simulator with an Atlas device. I'm not sure if you ever saw those. It's the things that they used to simulate the backblast on the Miles Dragon rockets. So they're full of magnesium. So we scrape out the magnesium, combine it with an artillery simulator, and it wasn't pretty.
This sounds like a good idea.
That was
this is one of the things that board infantry guys do. We take a bunch of munitions, put them together, and see if we can make them more destructive and hurt each other.
My old Marine boss, he said one time that they were out and it was cold and somebody was trying to heat hot chocolate using some C4 he was burning. Which, guys, no, I'm serious. Marines burn C4 all the time.
Yeah.
To heat things because it burns.
It's inert.
If you said it blew up when somebody tried to step on it, it's an old wives' tale.
Is it? Okay. Okay, that's what he told me.
It comes from... Okay, so
somebody yelled at somebody, they stomped on it and blew their toes off.
It's
an
inert.
old wives' tale. The thing, it takes a lot more than stomping on it. It requires both heat and pressure to set off C4. So the joke was, don't burn it and stomp on it because you've just applied heat and pressure.
For those of you who the side chat, I put a link over there to a video from Southern Prepper 1. If you've already seen it, then don't worry about it. If you haven't seen it, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it. It's less than 2 minutes long. I'm interested in your opinions about an incident that happened in his area.
I thought it took kinetic energy to detonate C4.
Poke your finger into your hand. You've just created kinetic energy.
No, I mean like a lot of kinetic energy. Like that's why they would use blasting caps, isn't it?
I was very lucky to be throwing a firecracker as a kid. It went off just as I released it. So my thumb and 2 fingers definitely were numb for about 2 days, but about a millisecond earlier, I might not have had those fingers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I used to throw the snappers at the neighbors. You know, the little snappers.
Those little
thrown in the
whippersnappers, yeah, those are
Yeah.
cool. You flick them with your finger and they explode.
ground.
The old ones were really good. They all worked. The new ones kind of have like duds.
The new ones are only like a quarter of what the old ones were.
Yeah. Remember smoke bombs too? They were like stink
Yeah.
bombs. The good ones that they still make them now. They look like miniature bombs. They're purple and yellow, and they have like that concrete cement on the top with the wick. These new ones, they just puff out for like they just go, and that's it. The old ones used to come out of there so hot, you could throw them in water and they wouldn't go out, and they would the propulsion. It would be like this little jet going up and down the water. It was awesome.
I remember that.
Fast, man, and they used to flame for like 10 seconds.
Remember the propellers? You're supposed to put them on a wire or a nail, and they'll spin and fly in air. I used to throw them in the water after lighting them, and they would fucking.
Those were the good times back then.
Yeah, because they were essentially plastic and wax, and of course the what the hell is it called that made them combust? But yeah, propellers. I mean, really, they flew upwards in the air and then around everywhere. But you light them, you throw them in the water, and they through the water. That's even cooler. Used to throw them in the pool.
How did bottle rockets get like outlawed when everything else, like mortars and Roman candles, are still okay?
I don't know, but I still love a Roman candle compared.
Wait, who outlawed bottle rockets? What are you talking about?
No, New Hampshire, it's that way. It's been like that in New England for like the last 10, 15 years. You can have fireworks, but you can't have bottle rockets, or you can't buy them. Yeah, bottle rockets are a no-go in Maine and New Hampshire, but you can get everything else.
That's sorry.
It's just weird.
I used to light the bottle rockets and point them at people, and they do the same. Like incoming.
No, the best was you get the ones that whistle because they kind of light up as they're going and they whistle.
Yeah.
And you take them and you bend the wick. You put a little angle in it. You grab an empty beer bottle. You're in the car going 50 miles an hour. You light the wick inside. When it burns to the crook, it falls into the bottle. You hold it outside the window facing forward, and it's like awesome. It's like you're shooting these little. It's like Delta Force with Chuck Norris,
There's a little compilation. There's a little compilation video running around of people trying to shoot bottle rockets out of their asses.
Dude,
obviously all drunk.
This guy put one in his ass, and he said he did it last year. It was okay. This they showed it, and he fucking had to get 7 stitches in his asshole.
Wait, what did I just come back to?
People putting firecrackers in their ass.
Oh, okay. There we go.
That'll make a 10-year-old boy cry.
The Southern Prepper put it out one, and I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler since nobody apparently seems to want to watch it.
Well, I don't want to watch that serious video now.
It's less than 2 minutes long.
I thought there was an army guy or something in there.
Apparently some sort of gun show or show, something like that. And there was a vendor who was selling American flags. The flags were displayed on the ground in the dirt.
Say what now?
That's just idiotic. That's
ridiculous.
moronic.
Not folded, just laid out flat all on the road.
Fucked.
All right, and was he also pissing on the flag?
No, but
they were.
Nobody noticed. Yeah, it was just
It was. I mean, there's always morons that do things or good people who are just not thinking. But this guy had been notified that that is, although not illegal, it is definitely not the proper tasteful thing to do. And it's how many other people that were walking by that actually looked down and noticed the flags and yet said nothing.
It was a year ago. I was at a NASCAR event, and they had this gigantic flag, like 80 foot long or something ridiculous. And all the people that were there to unfurl the flag and hold it up during the whole pre-race thing, and they had this gigantic flag, just all these people around it, and it just laying in the dirt. I spoke to someone. They said they'd take care of it. A minute or so later, nobody had taken care of it. So at this event, they had some Medal of Honor winners who were they had just introduced to the crowd. I walked up to one of the Medal of Honor winners, introduced myself. He was kind enough to thank me for my service, which almost made me fall over backwards. And I told him about the flag. About 30 seconds later, they were holding that flag off the ground. They weren't going to listen to me, but they were certainly going to listen to that Medal of Honor winner.
Yes. It just amazes me that, I realize that, freedom means free for all, including the morons, but yet how many people will look at something that they know is not right, it's not illegal, but it's still not right, and just keep walking right on by.
I got a question for those who have kids in the room. Do you ask your kids, do the teachers or the school make you say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning anymore? Ask them that, because down here they don't do that anymore.
You realize it's like almost midnight for most of us.
Well, forget it.
Good parents don't have their kids in the room when we're talking to you.
He wants you to wake your kids up, like
no kids should be watching.
midnight. He wants you to shake
I thought you guys were on the West Coast. Shut up! I thought you guys were on the West Coast, like 9 o'clock your time.
No, this is one of the rare
My
East
kids
Coast.
are still in bed at 9 o'clock my time because I'm a good father.
Come on. And it's a school night, too?
Well, it would normally be a school
Technically,
night.
it's summer, but we let them stay up till 9 during the summer.
Hey, school starts on Monday.
Oh, gee golly! I get to stay up till 9 p.m. when all the good stuff starts at 10:30.
Yeah, I'm not going to let my kids watch whatever you watch, Dad. I want them to.
Yeah, all I did was I was allowed to stay up long enough to watch Johnny Carson do the initial jokes and monologue at the beginning, but after that, it was off to bed.
Right.
Cartoons and movies like X-Men.
Well, on a good note, by the way, this St. Louis thing looks like it's getting a lot of bad press.
Giggity, giggity.
I put a note in there earlier to you, Jello. Where are you seeing live coverage? Off of what?
I'm watching MSNBC, and Rachel Maddow's got all this crazy footage and stuff, and talking to the chief, and she keeps covering all these different things, but she's hitting it pretty hard tonight. I mean, they were just showing them, asking why they needed mine-resistant vehicles for the protests, all this crap.
Well, so are they railing on the cops in the situation, or only the rioters and the looters?
Did you see today? They were like tear gassing. They were fighting like crazy tonight.
Well, it's still
I don't have
11 in St. Louis, so is it still going on right now?
Oh my God! Tonight there was like massive tear gas being flown around, and they're showing about 200 police officers, which look like full military, right now.
Why is that?
From earlier, getting ready to disperse them. I mean, they're martial law basically. It's martial law in St. Louis. It appears.
Like,
but even though there's not.
I'm glad to say there's a river that separates us, but Alton, Illinois is just as bad as St. Louis. They're almost across the river from each other.
And we almost crossed the river.
Here it says here, SWAT just invaded McDonald's where I'm working. Asked for ID.
For coffee?
Oh yeah, they're fucking around with reporters and shit too. That's the problem here.
Well, but reporters, just because you have a camera, should not give you any more or less rights than a normal citizen.
No, they're like arresting them. They're fucking with them. They shouldn't be. They're trying to subdue what they're showing.
Yeah,
I don't believe in that.
I mean, are they going into areas where civilians are not allowed to go?
No, this guy's in McDonald's, and the police coming in and start bugging him because he's videotaping.
Oh, okay.
Crazy. mean, this is really bad. What's going on here? This is pretty serious.
And we're
It's
next.
like a bunch of rookies.
Yeah, I'll tell you. While I don't always agree with their tactics, they make some very good points. Check out "Photography is Not a Crime." Carlos Miller and his crew. They are under all.
Is that a video or something? Sorry.
No, it's an entire group with lots of videos.
Okay.
And their whole thing is, they are within the Supreme Court definition members of the media. Ed, you're killing me. You got to mute, man. Thank you. They are within all legal definitions members of the media, as anyone is when they're covering a story and stick a camera in someone's face. But they go out and show a lot of these things where the police and the military and security companies that are working for public facilities, things like rail stations, will prevent you from taking pictures or recording video, and sometimes to some pretty bad effect, as in their reporters being thrown in jail. In one video, Carlos Miller gets thrown down a flight of an escalator with camera rolling and attacked by multiple security guards. It's this whole harassment of people that take video is what they're fighting against. Like I said, I don't always agree with their tactics, but their argument is sound.
How long has it, well, really not just how long has it, like, on what level? Basically what I'm trying to ask is, I know that, like, cops cannot stop you, like, they legally cannot stop you from filming them doing whatever it is they do, be it right or wrong, or if they're just hanging around, like, it doesn't matter. If you're a police officer, you cannot stop somebody from filming you while you're fulfilling your duties as a police officer. I'm assuming that that's like a federal thing. It was like proven probably in a court case somewhere. And when did that happen?
It was, and there are still cases coming out with that. It hasn't been decided in every federal circuit yet, but the ones where it hasn't been decided, it's definitely been alluded to, and it's pretty well the law of the land that recording any public official when they're acting in their public capacity is allowed.
Yeah, I completely agree with that 110%. If they're there on the so-called official business, I'm using air quotations, so-called official business, should be able to record them, because it's when they say, oh, you can't record me, and they start acting funny when you get them, or when you're recording them, but they don't know you're recording them. That's when they're in the hot pocket.
Yeah, check out the YouTube channel and their website. Like I say, photography is not a crime. It's worth a few hours of your time.
That's like the tagline for a lot of videos, like you're saying, right? They all post that.
Yeah, well, actually, this group that is their corporate name and everything.
Okay.
But there's remember the "Don't Tase Me, Bro" guy?
Yeah. Don't tase me, bro. Come on, bro. Don't tase me.
He actually works for them now.
There you go.
I got my own little.
Speaking of preps, do you guys have those restraints? I got a few pair of those restraints for my bug-out bag. Those plastic restraints, anyone? Huh? Cobra cuffs?
You're talking about?
You mean like big old zip ties?
Yeah, well, there's special zip ties for that. You can't just, if you put someone in a regular zip tie, it's not going to work so well. I mean, it will, but these are
really.
Yeah, right.
I think they work pretty damn well.
They can, but these are designed for, but they're only like $2 a piece. So I don't know. I got a few pairs. You never know.
Have you ever?
There's actually a tool that they make for tensioning zip ties to make them really tight. You can put one of those on there and like pop somebody's wrist right off, probably.
And
I
you
used to
also
have.
know zip ties, if you know the correct maneuver, are easily
Yeah, what you do is
That's
you put
exactly what I was going
when
to
you're
say.
getting zip tied, you put your arms both lengthwise on top of each other like a cross. Then they zip tie you, and then you just put your wrist to wrist, and you've got like twice as much room in there, and you can pull right out. And
well.
there's
You can
ways to
actually
pop out of them
break
too.
them. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can actually break zip ties super easy.
Yeah, look up ITS Tactical. They have videos on how to break like every zip tie there is from any position you could ever be in. It's like I'm not a fan of zip ties after seeing that.
Do you know what finger cuffs are?
You mean Chinese finger traps?
No, thumb cuffs or finger cuffs. They're actually these little pieces of metal, and they're old. They still use them today in Japan, China. Instead of carrying a pair of handcuffs, wrist cuffs, they actually carry a bunch of pairs of these little tiny finger cuffs. And what they do is, whether your hands are in front of you or behind you.
Oh God, please call them thumb cuffs, not finger cuffs, because that brings up a completely different connotation. Please stop.
What's her name? What's her name? Her name is Amy. Amy something. She is hot.
Thumb cuffs. All right, so I have a couple pairs because they're fun for magic tricks. Because all you got to do is like when you make a fist, bring your nail underneath your index, your trigger finger, and just bring them together. And then when they put the cuffs on you, they can squeeze them tight as hard as they can. Just release your grip, your fingers come right out. And a friend of mine did not know that, so I come home. Well, not come home. I came to his house one day after he's calling me and saying, "Please get over here. Please get over here." He won't tell me what's going on. He he fucking finger cuffed himself together and was freaking the hell out. He couldn't leave his apartment. He couldn't get into the refrigerator to get what he wanted because it was one of those stupid lift doors. He couldn't get to the bathroom. So he was like, please, I can't say why. Just please come over here. Please come over here. Please, please, please. And it was just hysterical.
Joey Lauren Adams was finger cups on Chasing Amy's.
I can't breathe. I'm going to mute myself for a minute.
It's okay to take your time, Ed.
Yeah, come back in half an hour when you feel better, buddy. We're thinking of you.
Or 3 weeks from now.
Just go to bed for tonight. See you later.
Come back when you get 50,000 rounds through that 22.
Yeah, what's even doing in the chat, man? Shouldn't be out.
I almost forgot about that until just now. I'm glad you reminded us all.
I'll be expecting Quartz underwear in the mail any day now.
They're not ripe enough yet for you.
You're still wearing the same pair since I made the bet, right?
Yep. Starting to get a little stinky.
Shut the hell up. I was thinking of hitting the damn inhaler because I couldn't catch my breath. And you guys are still chawing about that stupid bet. Well, I got cut off from my ammo source, so I'm stuck. I have 8,000 rounds of 22, and that's it. So unless you guys want to supply me with that ammo...
Are you thinking that 8,000 might run out soon, or?
Well, no. If you guys want me to do that 50,000 rounds through the 22, send me some ammo. Because as I have right now, I'm gonna make sure this ammo lasts a good, until I'm able to find another source to get 22 ammo. Like the bulk boxes I'm gonna be using those first, and but the rest I'll save them just in case if I never find any more. Yeah, save that 22 mini mag. And I still haven't gotten the threaded barrel back yet, but it's supposed to be arriving sometime between I think Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure.
So it's supposed to be arriving sometime between Friday and Saturday? Is there like a Friday and a half?
No, like Friday this week to Saturday next week.
So I'm just trying to go through the news here. I'm looking on Yahoo, and apparently there's no riots anywhere because Robin Williams killed himself. I mean, seriously, that's all they got on there. Robin
Yahoo
Williams.
still
Everything.
exists?
Really? Yahoo exists?
I'm just saying it's amazing. It's amazing how Robin Williams editorials take precedence over the fact that there's a riot in a major U.S. city going on right now.
Well,
it's St. Louis. It's not a major city.
Well, he has been bringing happiness.
I guess St. Louis, Detroit, yeah, they don't count.
Well, Robin Williams has been bringing us good movies and TV shows since Mindy and More.
It's a side
Mindy Goober.
The entertainment of any one person does not outweigh
Nanu.
the health and welfare of 100,000 people.
Yeah, a riot
Well,
usually should
they
garner more attention than a celebrity death after 2 days.
They can't talk about the riots because when there were riots under Bush, it was his fault.
It's a good point. It wouldn't be popular to bring it up. They just don't want to broach the subjects. They're using him as a distractionary tactic.
By the way, I got some good news, at least from Milwaukee area. The preliminary election, the pro-gun, anti-Bloomberg sheriff won the primary. And he's a Democrat, so that's pretty awesome. I guess Bloomberg pumped like $600 million or $600,000 for political ads against him or something like that.
And this is one of those things I get tired of explaining to people is that there are a number of pro-gun Democrats.
Oh yeah, there is. He's the sheriff that came out on the radio. You might have heard this, where he's saying, basically, call 911 second, shoot the bad guy first.
Didn't call the psychiatrist.
Oh yeah, didn't their violent crime rate go down significantly since then?
No, the violence is still up in the inner city. No, these are the bad areas. It's gone up a lot this year.
Wait,
but
what are we talking about again?
Milwaukee.
Oh, I was thinking of Detroit.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, but that's the sheriff saying, not the police chief. The difference was the police chief said that in Detroit. The sheriff said it in Milwaukee. So it's always good. There was not a whole lot on the Republican side of the primary to, make a decision between. Actually, nothing. So you got a lot of crossover votes. Because he's very popular among the Republicans and the Democrats. So.
Mm-hmm. The awkward silence.
Well, he won quite handily. I mean, he was outspent by Bloomberg and whatever, the Mothers Against Guns or Violence or whatever it is. They were both running ads against him, and he was outspent, I think, 3-1.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Florida's Republican Attorney General is filing briefs with the Florida Supreme Court that now say that people who use self-defense should continue to be guilty until proven innocent.
That's how it always is.
That's the Canadian law.
No, that's Florida law. Guilty until proven innocent. Oh, well, you had a choice. You could have let this person murder you, or you could have defended your life.
When someone claims self-defense immunity in Florida, basically when you make a self-defense claim in Florida, under the current legal standard, the burden is on you. So you are in effect guilty until you prove yourself innocent.
That's interesting.
For the purposes of getting self-defense immunity. And we're in court on that in the Florida Supreme Court right now. and we just got the Attorney General's brief, and it was just absolutely horrible. They said that well, if the legislature wanted to change it, they would have to do it a different way. I mean, instead of trying to effectuate the intent of the legislature, they want to throw a guy in jail who was attacked by a criminal on a busy street rather than upholding the law.
That's probably why I got told, even if he who shall not be named is on my front porch, not to do anything but call the cops. Whereas if he's in my backyard, then it's a free-for-all. Because without any camera footage, that's 100% 1080p. Yep, sure, that's exactly what happened. Guilty until proven innocent.
You know, it's a really freaking simple equation. Don't shoot anybody unless you have to.
Yeah, I know. The only thing I've shot this week is a... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, my wife, it's hilarious because she will read stuff on Facebook and get all, like, scared and stuff. And, like, so she's, like, finds out that there's some young juveniles down a couple miles from us who have jumped and beat people up in neighborhoods and parks, old people, families, things like that. She's all freaked out because on Facebook. It's like, I've been carrying a gun every day for the past, 13 years just for self-protection in case something like that happens. And she's all up on me talking about, well, what do we do? What if this happens? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Just say there, I got this.
Yeah. But, like the other day I went for a jog, so I grabbed my little tiny camel pack backpack and threw a gun in it, threw my water in it, and went, That's a problem with being around Texas and being little criminal thugs is eventually you're going to jump the wrong person.
So, Nathan, your wife doesn't carry then?
Nope. But, she's not capable of taking a life, so I don't want her carrying.
Okay.
I love her, but that's how she is, so I accept it. I just try to, do my best to protect her. And
what about OC spray?
She won't carry it because she's a teacher and she's afraid that one of the kids will get in her purse or something, or one of our kids will get in her purse.
That has happened down here in Florida. Teachers at school getting in trouble.
They'll only do it once, though. Hey, what's this? Okay, I'm never going to touch that again.
Yeah, but then the teacher ends up losing the job.
She'll complain about something like this and be worried, and then I'll offer a solution, and she'll be like, I can't do that. I can't carry pepper spray because of this, this, and this. I'm like, okay.
So she just wants to be a victim, and she wants you to protect her.
I guess. She complains about all my guns until something goes bump in the night, and then she's very pro-gun.
Oh, yeah, because
go check
if you
that out.
Don't carry a gun you want to be a victim? Come on.
It's like, oh no, I think somebody's in the house. Magical genie, make the cops get here now.
Well, she's, let's face it, most women have a distorted sense of self-protection. They believe everything's good and hunky-dory until they get scared, and then they overreact. So, I mean, some women are that way, but a lot of them are kind of, look at them when they walk through a dark parking lot. They're on their phone. They don't look around.
Well, that's because their parents didn't properly protect them, and they always heard "Daddy will protect you" when they were children.
Well, but in general, there are men who do that too. But men just more likely will look around looking for predators because, again, we have it in our brain that bad things can happen. And
right, but that's less genetic than it is sociological.
Okay, well, whatever the reason, that's just something I observe.
Predisposition of paranoia, but it's valid paranoia. Because,
as well as cultural.
Yes.
I mean
I mean, right here at the Best Buy and Walmart, on a weekly basis, like 20, 30 people get jumped in the parking lot. And it's most of the time when it's somebody just going, la, 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 la. Oh my goodness, this person just knocked me upside my head and took my PlayStation 4.
I'll give you 2 examples of 2 different women. One woman grows up in the hood. Okay, and she's going to be acting very different than, let's say, some woman who grows up in what I'm going to call Whiteyville.
Or in the country versus the suburbs.
Exactly.
The Sweet 16, bitch.
Yeah. I mean, and I can say that. I'm white. I can say Whiteyville. I mean, when I grew up in Whiteyville, where there were no black people for probably 20, 30 miles.
1%.
Things have changed, and I think, to a point, in that respect, for the better, because it did not prepare me for the real world. And that's where growing up in those traditional lily white suburbs did a disservice to me, not necessarily a service.
No, I feel the exact same way, Daniel. The only time there were black people in Green Bay when I was growing up was during the Packers season.
Those were the football players.
Yep. Exactly. They were here for like 4 months out of the year, and that was basically it.
I just don't understand how, since I'll just come back off of what Nathan said earlier about how it's more like genetic for men to look for predators as opposed to women. I don't really know if I agree with it, exactly the way you said it, but it's like, if you're a guy, you just don't look for that stuff naturally. But then once you ever think about it, you're like, oh man, I was looking at my phone the whole time I was in that parking lot. And then it's like, then on, you just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Whereas
there have been plenty of matriarchal societies where those roles were reversed. It's not
hold on.
It's not
we're not living in one
genetic.
I will.
I'm not saying it was genetic. Just let me finish my thought real fast. Sorry. But
I will tell you something that... Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Well, all right. Let me try and finish real fast because I was starting to ramble. It seems like once, a guy or something like that realizes, oh, hey, I was totally oblivious to everything around me, they'll kind of either straighten up or they'll just stay oblivious. Whereas, with women, sometimes they'll be walking down the street and they're like, oh, I don't want to walk by myself. I'll walk with my friends so that we're safe. And then all of them are down on their phones. Where, sometimes they'll kind of have it in their mind, oh, I need to look out for people who, are going to try and attack me or rape me or something. But then the other half of the time, they're just completely oblivious. It's like they swing wildly from one side to the other. Whereas most of the guys who start to, swing away from that oblivious side stay away from it. Whereas a lot of the women just swing back and forth.
Well, what I was going to say is another example I can give you is last night. My wife was telling me about this woman she knew at church who got divorced, and she found out that the reason that she divorced her husband was he was addicted to porn. And my wife asked me, why do men look at porn?
Why do women watch the Home Shopping Network?
She doesn't know.
Yeah, why do women watch the Home Shopping Network? Same theory.
Why do they watch cooking
I'm just saying that men and women are wired in the head different.
I watch cooking channels.
Yeah, we're wired in the head different. We have overlap now that we're all metro in our culture.
I walk in, my wife's watching Home Shopping Network. She's like, no, I'm not going to buy anything. I just like looking at the pretty stuff.
It sparkles! I don't know about you guys.
It's the same thing. It's the same
reason I like to go to a car dealership and look at all the new cars. I'm not going to drive any of them, but I like to look at them.
I agree. I do the same thing in gun shops. I go and just look at guns, but if I don't have the money to buy a gun that day, I'll still go and look. So
it reminds me.
I have a problem. I can't walk into a gun store without walking out.
Same
here. Hold on. It reminds me of Louis C.K., who said he was talking to a girl once who said, "Oh yeah, I can be dirty. I'm dirty. I can look at, I have thoughts about men and blah blah blah." And he's like, you have to understand, you're like Jane Fonda taking a tour in North Vietnam, and I'm like, what's his name, Dick Cheney tied up in the hut. I can't get out. I'm here all the time. You're just a tourist here.
That's awesome. That's cool.
When you guys are or anybody for that matter in here, when you're walking to and from like a grocery store, Walmart, Walgreens, whatever, when you're walking back to the car, is it? I can't stop stuttering because I keep fucking whatever. When walking back to the vehicle where you know you're parked, scanning left and right, looking left, looking to the right, looking left, like, because I got this feeling, because it's happened to me once, where somebody's going to be, if I wanted to jack somebody, this is how it would be done. They're hiding behind a tire from a car that is, in an area where, nobody would really look, which is like behind the rear tire. So it's like, because I've actually caught someone that was trying to mug someone at the Best Buy, walking back and forth, scanning left and right, just looking left, looking right. Oh, look at that car, nice. Look at that. Wait, who the fuck are they? Excuse me, can I help you?
I get on the cart at a running speed, and then I jump up on it and put my feet up. So I'm like shooting across the parking lot at like 15 miles an hour.
Come on, Kelly. You know what happens when you jump on the back of a cart? You do a wheelie and then you.
No, you don't. You push up on it and you put your belly up on where your hands are and lean forward.
King of the world!
I don't know how to do it. If you've got enough groceries in there, you're fine.
Yeah, just as I make my way back to my car, I lay down suppressive fire at all the car tires.
Exactly.
I pop some smoke, lobbing it over into the next aisle.
But I caught three punk kids, like, trying to do the snatch and grab. I was walking back to the car, and I'm like, excuse me, can I help you? And they're just, like, curled up, snuck behind the front tire of this car, looking at the opposite direction, like when you first come out of where the doors are. And I'm like, excuse me, can I help you? And they fucking dart. They dart. Those are snatch and grabbers.
We're just playing hide and seek.
Yeah, until they say, oh, I'm going to grab that lady's, whatever that's in that box, along with her purse.
Are you sure you weren't it, and they were just trying to run away before you tagged them?
They were like, oh my god, don't look into its eyes.
No, like, oh my god, it's going to eat us, run!
I mean, I don't know where you live, where you got kids out in the parking lot always trying to grab ladies' boxes.
Yeah, if that happens.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of shit gets reported around here.
Oh, just during the seasonal, like November and December, there's going to be a lot of that, people stealing.
Carjacking season?
It's box grabbing season.
No, Black Friday season.
Well, don't put yourself in that situation.
Larry, you're killing.
Shit, if I have to go to Best Buy during Black Friday, I'm carrying. I don't give a shit what.
Yeah, that's called prepping. Plan ahead. Don't go during Black Friday.
Are you kidding? I don't
order
go near
online.
during any of those times.
I do everything online, but there are just some things.
I'm totally Cyber Tuesday, and by the way, if you buy stuff from Amazon, you go to fl2ashop.com, so Florida Carry gets some of the money off of what you buy.
Yeah, I know.
Support the right to bear arms.
Yeah, now they charge tax on Amazon, which is just actually it's more than
a tax state.
Tax? Oh no!
Oh my god, my $60 game is now $80.
Well, we don't have that here. What do you got? 30% tax?
Yeah.
Good God.
No tax here.
I don't like having to pay fucking shipping
tax rate
plus tax on a video game. That's $60, making it up to $80.
Buy it on eBay.
eBay's for niggers.
Oh my god.
Language.
Oh
my
god. Whoa.
I don't give a shit.
Whoa, Ed, that step is way over a line there.
Who's
Ed.
running this chat?
I don't care.
Who's hosting the record? I would like to say that the views of the commentators, like the panelists themselves, do not necessarily reflect the views of any of the other panelists, nor of gun channels.
Are you the host officially, Jacob?
No, I'm just saying that from my own.
No, who is the host?
I think it's Guru. He's not been here for a while.
Okay, so we can't.
Wow,
right.
you're totally gonna get on me after all that.
Guru is not here actually, unless it's the.
It's also my association. I do not associate with people who are racist openly.
Not racist. I'm just saying how like it is.
You're trying to be like Chris Rock or some shit, and it's not working.
No, I'm not Chris Rock.
And now you're
Dude,
just
Chris, Chris
Come
Rock.
along, whoever's running this chat doesn't kick Ed out of this chat right now, then you are really making gun channels look bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Ralph is officially the host, so unless Ralph jumps on, there's not a lot that can be done. If you continue, I'll simply leave. That's the best I can do.
I know what we can do. You know what? I'm dropping out. We can post another. Don't
worry about it. I'm going to
chat,
sleep anyway. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Okay. All right. It's unfortunate, but sometimes.
And that just got Ed blocked again, so.
Yeah.
Just got to be done.
So, although I did want to add that Whiteyville did sound nice, and I'd like to live there.
There's a place near me called White Settlement. Would that do?
If anybody wants to do the same, there's a link to his profile. Very easy to block.
I blame Steve because he's been talking.
Yeah.
I caused them.
Steve's fault.
Yes.
I didn't even mind the slipping of a word that you shouldn't say, but then the unrepentant nature afterward, that was what bothered me.
If he simply would have had the common sense to go, that slipped out, I didn't mean to actually say that, because that's something me and my friends say jokingly.
Right.
Maybe
there are
but the fact that I'm telling it like it is.
There are different contexts where believe me, I do not have the white guy guilt where I'm unable to use the word in the proper context. However, that was not the proper damn context.
Dude, just talking about eBay.
I just want to go on record to say,
where did that come from?
I just want to go on record to say, if somebody had listened to me 20 minutes ago when I told you all to smother him with a fucking pillow, we would have not had that problem.
I mean, typically I'm pretty quiet. It's I'm actually, my wife is black, and so it's kind of over the edge for me. I don't really like that. So.
How did an Amish guy hook up with an African American chick? I want to know that.
I've been told him either Taliban or Amish. So, yeah.
Now we know two things.
That is not Taliban color.
So now by him telling us that, we know two things about his wife. One, she's black, and two, she's disappointed.
I thought you were going to say blind, but okay, disappointed.
You went the wrong way. You should have went Nathan, like Nathan them. They went the Asian way. Smallest vaginas in the game.
Oh, God.
Hey, Steven, I'm hung like a Japanese porn star, baby.
TMI.
Okay,
so off of eBay, I just got 3 trigger kits I installed in my guns.
Wait, did you just say trigger? Please have said trigger.
eBay. Whoa.
Hey, you know what eBay's for.
Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he meant eBay is for triggers.
Right.
We should say something that's equally racist but doesn't have the same negative connotations and is just completely off base. By we should say something like, "Yeah, eBay, that's for dirty Swedes." Why do black people use eBay anyway? Why is that for black people? Go ask your wife why they like eBay.
I was about to say I've never had anyone in my entire life correlate those
if we were
two.
if we were talking about like PlayStation and Xbox. I could see the passion, but
That wasn't even in my. That's not even like in my top 10 racial stereotypes of black people. They like eBay.
I know.
You know, I mean, let me see. Menthol cigarettes. There's one.
Oh God.
Hold on. Most of this is from the Chappelle Show.
Watermelon and eBay, I guess.
Fried chicken. Wait, fried chicken and watermelon. No, wait, that's Yankee. I'm sorry.
That's my wife.
Well, didn't it start off with talking about women from growing up in different areas would have different reactions?
What? Now I can't remember. Before that, I was so shocked with the outbursting that I can't remember.
I was just merely mentioning that women are situationally aware in parking lots than men typically are,
and then
as a whole.
I mentioned that depending on where you grow up is going to reflect how you on how you react.
Oh yeah, I mean, and nature's going to have a factor in it, but Nathan is right. As far as genetics go and evolution is concerned, women are less. It's like they will be like, well, why shouldn't I walk down this dark street at 2 a.m.?
They're not warriors or something. Is that what you mean? They don't have the capacity?
Yeah, they're not putting a mental connection into that they're a target.
Yeah. Which is funny to me because they're less able to defend themselves generally.
Right.
So
well, do you think that they will learn over time though? Like if something, I mean, do they?
No,
because I'd like to think I learned from my mistakes. You know.
Nah, it's hard to fight hundreds of thousands of years of evolution.
Yeah, I will say that except in the dodgiest of situations, my wife is blissfully
clueless.
Just absolutely blissfully unaware of her surroundings at most times.
If it weren't for Facebook,
like that, right?
If it weren't for Facebook posts, there would be no crime in my area.
Well, it's like for me though. I am I am a little naive when it comes to crime myself. I don't know if it's naive or it's just I play the numbers, and I'm one of these people that I go through my day thinking nothing bad's going to happen to me. It's just the way I always feel. You know, even I'll even walk down MLK Boulevard at 3 o'clock in the morning, or walk from 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning downtown Portland, and it'll never even occur to me that something bad is going to happen to me because I'm just like, it's so unlikely. But I still do the pre-planning in my head that what would I do if the very unlikely happened? Whereas I think that most women feel the same way, but then they don't do the pre-planning of, well, what would happen? What would I do if the very unlikely happened?
I don't necessarily, unlike when I first came back from being in bad places, I've gotten out of the mindset of, having a plan at every single moment. But But even though I'm just blissfully happy and thinking that nothing's going to happen in a certain place or situation, I'm not unaware. I'm completely aware of the surroundings and, willing and able to go from, you hear it termed all the time, the Cooper color codes. I have a hair trigger between going green to black.
He's talking about colors.
What's that?
To kick him out too. He's talking about the colors. It's even more racist, I think.
I know. I favor the greens.
I don't like the green. They're too big in Instagram. Instagram is for greens.
So what new thing did you learn today, Dano, about your AK?
Got my sighting tool in.
What day on the AK journey are we on today?
We're on the sight, fix the front sight adjustment now.
Well, I wasn't going to do what the U.S. Army manual calls for in the AK, which is to take empty steel casing and a hammer.
Well, there you go.
And, I'm quite serious. That's what it says.
Sounds like a good idea. You got some surface area there, and
field expedient brass impact tool. What's wrong with that?
Mm-hmm.
And
no, field expedient steel impact tool.
Yeah, but it just surprised me because in the cleaning kit, that there is a tool in there for adjusting the elevation, but there's nothing for the windage. And I thought that, they had to have some simple way of doing it, and apparently it was more simple than I thought. with a hammer. I thought that was a little bit too crude for what I was looking for.
They use Chernobyl windage.
I mean, it's all just press fit. Yeah.
Hey, what I learned on my AK journey today when I was looking for a part for a Vepr, I learned I want an AK Vepr 12.
You were breaking up at the end. I couldn't hear what you
I
said.
said, well, I was looking for a part for one of my Veprs today. Not a part, but
Lucas?
Lucas. You fall down some stairs? What was that?
I think Lucas's Erector set just fell apart.
Yes.
Yeah, but I learned while looking for a part today that I now want a Vepr 12.
Ah.
All right, I'll be the ignoramus. What's the Vepr 12?
Yeah, what's the 12? I'm not sure what that is either.
Shotgun. There's some automatic shotgun.
Oh, there you go.
12 gauge.
Oh, okay.
So that's like the old, it's like the Sega, but it's Vepr.
But much nicer.
So a Sega, but better machined.
Yeah, every Sega I've ever held. Granted, I've only ever held and shot 3 Siegas, or how you pronounce it, in my life. Every one of them felt like a Tinker toy that malfunctioned every other shot.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It was very picky. The Segas are very picky on ammo, what you use. You can't use the cheap stuff.
Birdshot, you can't shoot birdshot through them at all.
And the Vepr 12 is available right now still, I'm imagining. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still available, but they're not easy. Not anything localized.
Yeah, there's a reason I just stick with the old-fashioned pump-action shotgun. They work, period. Amen.
That's a nasty blast coming out of there too, right? 8 rounds of 9 pellet? Jesus.
Or they got bigger mags. You can buy mags up to, I think, 20 rounds.
Yeah.
You can buy drums even for them. But.
Yeah. The old pump shotguns. They are pretty versatile. Having those slugs on hand do some damage. Lob that shit right into the car if you had to.
Of course, not the.
Yeah, well, everything. Yeah, at night everything else is in its place, and the shotgun is what stays. Well, the shotgun and 2 pistols are what stay beside the bed.
Yeah, if my Benelli wasn't so freaking long, I would consider it, but thing's really long. Definitely a field item. The AR's my go-to. I only got people on one side of me. And if they're coming in that way, there's problems.
In other words, they're breaking in through your neighbor's house?
Yes, so I think I would hear that happening ahead of time.
Yeah, no, my wife's under strict orders to, the door comes down at 3 o'clock in the morning. You hit the floor and with the telephone, and I promise not to shoot low.
There you go. That's the smart thing right there.
Yep, I don't have to worry about shooting the neighbors anyway. Somebody breaks in here, so that's why I have a 12 gauge with double up buck.
I'm sorry. I should probably go to bed.
Damn, Nathan.
Nathan, I'm sorry.
So Nathan, what's your YouTube name?
Don't ban me. I didn't say it out loud.
Oh, it was a damn eBayers.
Sorry. Who keeps getting the phone calls?
That's my email thing on my phone.
Oh, it's not saying holy shit snacks anymore.
No, that's my text messages. This is not like if someone sends me an email. It's like somehow I got signed up for some alert system that tells me every time like someone liked a quote you made on phonescoop.com where you did a review. Someone just up-thumbed your review, and I'm like, why am I getting notifications for this crap now?
I think that's Google does it without our permission.
Google has started fucking telling me how far from home I am every time I go anywhere too.
Why would you?
It just
What did you hook it up to, like senile old man jitterbug program?
No, it looks. I mean, literally every time I go somewhere now, if I stay anywhere more than 10 minutes, Google sends me a message on my phone. At current traffic conditions, you're 39 minutes from home. I'm like, what the? I never asked you that, Google. Why are you telling me that?
So Google actually tracks where you are all day, every day. There's a website where you can go through and pick a date and see where you were when. It's kind of
crazy, man.
You can go through and
Alibi.com.
table it, but it's
What is that? Yeah.
I was just saying, alibi.com.
Alibi.
Alibi.
Alibi.com.
Okay, there you go. Alibi.
How's everybody doing? Sorry about
Look
that
at
earlier.
in the internal so I know where I can go look, see where I was today, because I forgot.
I'm so glad that I'm being tracked not only by the NSA but by Google.
Yeah, I just had to update my like Google Hangouts or whatever, and I had to go switch around shit. So that's why I sound like my erection set fell off.
Hmm. It's not an erection set. Well, maybe yours is. It's an
Even though
erector.
it fell down, it was still up.
An erector set is something kids build.
What is
An
that?
erection set is
People
a
that
bunch
can't tell
of
if they got an erection?
all over.
You have like a little radar. It's at half mast.
So yeah, I hear this people say all the time. Oh, it doesn't matter that they're tracking where your cell phones are and the calls you make and all this stuff. Oh, they're trying to catch terrorists. It doesn't matter. The problem is after years and years of tracking where you go and what you do, they develop a real sense of who you are, where you go, and what you do, and who you talk to. So as soon as your behavior changes, they can immediately red flag you. That's the problem. If something changes in the laws and stuff, and you decide that you want to become, like protest and do stuff, they've already got your file on you. They've already put you in a category as a free and there may be a problem.
There's another issue, and this is part of the lawsuit. We were actually invited to join that lawsuit against the NSA with all this stuff that's been going on, and we almost did. But one of the issues is you have a First Amendment right to associational privacy, so you can be private in the associations you're in. This is why our member list and the NRA's member list and the ACLU's member list is all confidential information that can't even be discovered in court. But if you have all of this data of who they've contacted, now you know everyone who's ever called one of these organizations, and you can figure out who is in one of these organizations in violation of your First Amendment associational privacy right.
It's ripe for abuse.
It cannot be discovered, but it will be known.
Right. It's there. It's too tempting for someone to not.
Just because it can't be discovered in court doesn't mean that it won't be used by
whoever wants it.
That's the thing don't worry about. It's not about in court. It's about the power that they're going to be able to wield with the kind of information that they have. I don't like that.
What about our Fourth Amendment right to have privacy in our papers from unreasonable searches and seizures?
That's a little bit different.
But what I'm saying is, what is my private email correspondence between two parties, not work related, just my private email? How is that something the NSA needs to be?
So there have been some recent cases. Previously, if you were arrested and say you had a notebook with you, Well, the police could go through that notebook and search it and read anything that was in it while they were in the process of doing so, looking for razor blades and drugs that might fall out of it. Well, what the courts have said now, because they were applying this to cell phones, so they get your iPhone and now they've got access to your entire digital life. And what the courts have said is that these cell phones are tied into so many things, and obviously you're not hiding drugs and weapons in your cell phone unless they're under the battery. Sure, they can pull out the battery and see if there's drugs under there, but they can't go through all the data on your cell phone and access all your systems because that would be a Fourth Amendment violation. And this was these decisions are just starting to come out. The most recent, I think, was in Florida only a few months ago.
Well, again, now that's a situation where if they took the cell phone and got a court order to search it, that would be, reasonable.
If they get a court order, completely different thing. But that's
what I'm
what they
saying.
were doing.
But the fact that the NSA monitors all my emails and has a computer that reads them, just checking to see if there's anything in there, that's a total Fourth Amendment violation, that they're searching every email correspondence in the U.S.
Well,
it's for the children, though.
Yeah, they're data mining all our letters digitally.
And same thing with the emails, and you heard about the carnivore thing, and it's created the digital trails that we're now making have created a huge conundrum for the courts. The legislatures are still trying to keep up with it. The courts are trying to keep up with it. And a lot of the problems that we've seen with this stuff, where we've had a lot of courts coming out with what I think are some very bad rulings, are from judges who just do not have a full understanding of the level of detail about people's lives that are in their electronic devices and in their computers, because you still have a lot of judges on the bench that like to sit there with paper and quill, and their judicial assistants do all that type of work. There's still a lot of judges on the bench that you hand them anything beyond a flip phone and they're going to freak out.
Well, I mean, let's take, for instance, me, for example. I have had a concealed carry license in Texas for 12 years, and every firearm I've purchased, there has not been a NICS background check. I've purchased it from a store who then keeps a paper copy of my, my whatever the form is.
4473.
4473 is in a store. So the fact is that the government really doesn't have any idea of firearms or how many I own or blah, 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 except for the fact that there's an NSA computer somewhere that's been recording all the stuff I bought off Midway and Brownells and all that other stuff, and they've stuck me in a file somewhere saying this guy has a lot of weapons or a lot of firearms. He is an enthusiast or a nutcase, one or the other. Or both.
And there's some stuff coming out with some of the stuff that we're going to be doing here in Florida. Recently, I had a law enforcement officer who will remain nameless, who's with a department that will remain nameless for now, that showed me what they can do with their systems. And you can, in Florida, it is illegal, it is a felony to have a registry of gun owners or firearms. However, he was able to go into his laptop that he keeps in his car, and I said, okay, show me people that own a Glock 19 within 5 miles of where we are right now. And he pulled up multiple addresses. I mean, a lot of them.
Wow.
Well, like 8 years ago, you could, they had the power to just type in your name, and then during that whole day, any traffic cameras that visually identified your face, any building with a video monitor that identified you, they can just look at your whole day, and you don't even realize how many times you're getting photographed and identified. I mean, that technology's been around so long, and now, like you're saying, it's not even a shock to know that that kind of information is accessible to them.
And the kicker is, it's a felony to possess that information in Florida, but it's only enforceable by the prosecutors, and the prosecutors aren't going to enforce it.
Yep.
I'm thinking we may be going to the legislature and trying to get a private right of action on that, so we can do what we're doing with preemption here and enforce it ourselves.
Yeah.
But it's for the children.
Yeah.
Well, all we can hope for is that Skynet kills all of them too.
Ebola.
With the Ebola virus.
Ebola?
Oh, yeah.
Ebola, is that a new flavor of ramen?
Did someone just have a dry fire?
I just did, man.
Is that when you like pinch it off right when you're
Fondling my AK.
I was about to say, it sounded like a bolt slamming forward.
It was both. It wasn't slamming. I wrote it. Wrote it forward.
Wrote it forward.
I wrote it forward.
Forward. Like there's only one R in that word.
I like guns.
We know.
Yeah.
So I was joking earlier about the 3 trigger upgrades I did the other day, but I actually did. Put in a one of the 3.5-pound connectors into the Glock 30S. The first time I've ever pulled a Glock trigger and not said, "Oh, this sucks," after pulling it, after putting that in. Did a drop-in trigger, the Powder River Precision drop-in on my XDM. It's a lot better. It was already a pretty decent trigger. Now it's really good. But the main one, kind of most bang for the bucks.
I hate to interrupt this really boring story for a second, but I'm going to go act like an eBayer and eat some watermelon.
All right.
Oh, Yankee gave birth to a watermelon. Cool.
Hey, I got to go to bed, guys.
Yankee, I really didn't need to see your melons on video.
I'm going to bed because it's really late, but I just want all y'all to know that y'all are my eBayer.
And then he froze.
Yeah, Nathan.
He wanted us to know something. We'll just never know what it is.
Apparently.
No, he what he said is you all are my eBayers.
Okie dokie.
Oh, you guys
But the one that was actually back to my long boring story. The one that was actually worth the money is like $20. Do any of you guys have one of the post-recall Springfield XDS?
No, I got regular.
I do.
Okay, so the trigger after the recall became heavy as shit.
Really?
Just did not like it.
That sucks.
Mine was not, and I don't know why. I have heard what you're talking about, but I did not run into that experience.
Oh man, mine after the recall, it was still smooth, but just heavy.
I'm not sure if it depended on the guys that were working on the line that day, or whether it was rush parts, springs that were rushed to market to fill the need.
So you're saying it's either a Monday or a Friday gun?
Well, I'll tell you what. My XD, my regular subcompact, the trigger on that, I've probably dry fired and fired 15 other XDs and XD subcompacts, and none of them have as good of a trigger as the one that came on mine. I mean, they're all decent. This one's got 0, even though there's no creep on a striker fire. There's no, it's crisp. So there's definitely some variations in in the trigger.
The let off is real crisp. All that's fine. It's just with the post recall ones, it was just a lot heavier trigger. I mean, and you know, maybe I'm a little oversensitive, but you know, it's running like 7.5 pounds, which I don't want a 7.5 pound trigger on a
How many
striker fire
rounds you
gun.
got through it?
Yeah, on my gun store's Lehman tester, mine was at 6.5 pounds, but I think it's just hit or miss on the post-recall guns. Some are like that, and some are not.
How many rounds you got through it, Sean? Lots, like over 500.
Yeah, I'm over 500.
All right, because
50,000.
50,000.
Yeah, 50,000 rounds.
While I was getting tased and tear gassed twice.
Through a Jennings.
I'm somewhere between 500 and 700 rounds.
Yeah, so that shit's broken in. That joint's broken in, as Marco would say.
But yeah, put this new spring kit in this thing, this Powder River kit, and it is completely smooth, 5.5 pounds. Totally happy with the gun again.
Yeah, I like those little guns.
Yeah, that was and I almost didn't buy it because I was thinking Glock was going to come out with that 9 that never came. Because I bought mine just this past year, and then when I heard the rumors about Glock and the 380, that's when I said, well, I'll just get the XDS.
You know, the one gun I have that is just absolutely has no role is my Glock 30S, because I already have a Springfield, the 3.8 compact 45. It feels a lot better in my hand. It has a better trigger. It's just, I much prefer it. I had the 36. I didn't like it. I traded it in on the XDS on the 30S. It's not that I don't like it. It's just the XDM for me is a better gun.
Which caliber XDS did you get?
45.
Okay, well that also may be the difference. Is I was talking about 9s.
Yeah, well the 45's got stronger springs all around.
Right. And that may be the difference between the difference in experiences as well.
But you got the M45?
Yeah.
That's do you have the 3.8?
Yes.
That's awesome.
It's a great gun.
Is it the
I did a
one?
3.8 compact, so I can change out the mags. I did a 2-day course shooting that gun. I think I was the only one shooting 45 in this course. It was 2,000 rounds over 2 days. My hand was killing me after that.
You get a blister on your finger?
Dude, I couldn't masturbate for a week.
You know what's nice?
Is just shooting 800 rounds in 2 days, I got a blister on my finger.
I thought I'd get a better laugh out of that.
Well, the nice thing is you can pick out the XDMs now for around 550, 575. So that's why I'm starting to consider that.
I'm telling you, put that XDM 3.8 compact up against the Glock 30S.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot them both.
I don't need to. I already know.
It's no choice.
I already know.
Just the grip.
Well, Cello's
I'm an XD guy anyway.
The Glock 30, that Glock 30S feels like you're holding a 2x4. I'm not even talking about the grip angle that everybody bitches about with the Glock.
All right, who's got the FBI on him?
I'm talking about the feel of the grip. It feels like a 2x4 compared to something that actually fits your hand.
Right. Yeah, their 45s and the 10 millimeters are too wide in my opinion.
And the Glock 36 is just absolutely stupid because the magazine's just as wide as a double stack 40 cal. It's not a single stack mag. It's an offset reduced with mag, but it is not a single stack magazine in the Glock 36.
And XDM's got that capacity, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, how many rounds in the compact version?
The compact's a 9-round mag.
That's awesome. 9 45s in the compact.
And you know, you have the ones with the little grip sleeve, and this is a 13 round mag.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, what a Glock 26 has what? How many rounds? 10?
10, or if you put on the little pinky thing, you can get 12.
Yeah, my XD subcompact, I got 13 without the extension.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like my wife has the XDM 9mm compact, 3.8 compact. So it's 13 rounds in the compact mag, and it's 19 or 20 rounds in the full-size mag.
Yeah, it's crazy.
19 plus 1.
That's why, you know, my spare magazine, I always use in my Glock, I always use the 17. I can never understand why somebody who was carrying either a 19 or a 26 would not carry a 17 magazine.
Well, for portability, you know, I mean, you'd hope that another 15-round mag should help you, you know, if you have a 19.
But if you have, no, I mean, as far as if you have...
Yeah, but why would you carry a 15 when you can carry a 17?
You can't.
Well,
Well, because it's another inch longer.
33-rounder.
Well, what
I might get one of those little mag sleeves for the 30S, so I can put a Glock 21 mag in it.
Right.
But you know, I've seen a couple of aftermarket ones that are made, and they're all kind of chintzy.
Yeah.
That's racist. Racist.
You don't need those mag sleeves to run them.
Oh, I know you don't need them, but I'm a girly man and I like my pinky to be comfortable.
In fact, in my Glock 26, you know, I always start off with my base magazine in it, but my next magazine is always a Glock 17 mag, because that is my spare magazine. I don't really give a fuck what it looks like. It works, and I've done.
So you shoot like you drink tea with your pinky out?
Good. Don't have a problem with that.
Well, the nice thing is, like on the XD, I could put the full-size mag in there, even without the sleeve. I could still use the mag to brace my pinky if I need to.
Really, when I'm shooting with the extended mags in those guns, it's because I'm just having a range session. Yep. It's not like it's a self-defense thing where I just don't care and I just want to put metal on meat. When I put in the extended mag, it's for a range session, and I like to have a full hand grip, and it's just personal preference, really, and training, because unfortunately I've trained myself to use my whole hand on the grip of the gun, which means on shorter guns I do the thing that you're really not supposed to do and wrap my pinky up around the bottom of the mag.
See, all the XD subcompacts, my hands are small enough that I can get even my pinky on there with the regular magazine.
Yeah,
so it's ideal for me.
That's not a bragging point there, Cello.
That's a good thing. I got little girl hands. I don't know what to tell you.
I have to wrap my pinky underneath my Glock 26, but I don't have any problems in dropping the mag either. But I do like having as the back of the 17, kind of like you said, Sean, so you have a larger magazine to grab. And so in case you don't get a good purchase on it, there's enough magazine there that you can get enough of a purchase on it for a decent reload.
Another point.
And then there was the humming of the fluorescent lights.
John.
Like a bad Matrix movie.
Was there a good one?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Like a bad Matrix movie? That's 2 and 3.
Okay, they've already been taken.
I stepped away for a minute, so I didn't hear what you're talking about.
You didn't miss anything, Sean. Believe me. There was a buzzing noise happening, and
Thanks a lot, Cello. I'm going to remember that.
I'm sorry. I gotta,
Oh, I was on mute, so I didn't think it'd buzz.
Cello was having an Ed moment.
Oh.
Yankee, you're gonna ruin your keyboard if you keep typing while you're eating that watermelon.
It's gonna get all sticky and dry, or dry and sticky.
Is he having fried chicken with that?
I think he reduced.
Don't forget about the purple drink.
Reduced his chicken input with his new.
My keyboard has survived far worse.
With his. Oh, let's not go there. Come on.
That's awesome.
Let's not go there.
That is awesome. I know there's a reason why I subscribed to this channel.
It's not for his looks either.
Nope. Although he hasn't had a video yet in a while, anyways, where he's brought out the long ass fingernails and the lingerie.
Don't give him ideas.
Oh God. He needs to do a range day with his long fingernails.
What was that?
What?
Somebody just completed.
That was very, very not good.
It was the universal sound of relief. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know who did it.
And they're doing it while on a live chat. That's the kind of disturbing.
Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Who yawned the other night? It was so funny. I don't know who was talking. And yeah, I think it was when your lawyer friend was on there. No, was it the other night? It was all serious, and then someone went, "Oh."
Yeah, that was the lawyer.
Oh yeah.
That was hilarious. I was like, okay.
So is Sean? Is that the guy that's going to be kind of like your co-host on every other Monday?
Yeah, it's going to be between him, Rich Naskak, who was having audio problems. He's my co-director for Florida Carry. And occasionally we'll have on other people. What I'd really like to do is get some of the other kind of regulars around here that are from Florida and have them rotating through.
Yeah. So if I understand what you're saying correctly, it's primarily going to be the three of you plus other Florida. What do you call it? Floridians or Floridians?
Yes, Floridians.
Okay, not Floridites. But yeah, okay.
Sunshiners.
Unless sometimes we'll be dealing with some federal stuff where we open it up a little bit more.
Yeah,
but generally we're talking about all the stuff here in the Gunshine State.
What is the current general population of Florida?
About 20 million.
Okay.
We're neck and neck with New York. We're going to be overtaking New York to become the third largest state here anytime now, if we haven't already.
Okay. I knew it was big population-wise. That's almost twice the size of Illinois. Depending on how rough the weekend was.
Yeah.
Of course, St. Louis is going down. I do have a question, just a general question. Other than the unfortunate person that was shot by the police, in this rioting, has anyone else been killed? I mean, I know there's a lot of people that have been hurt.
I can't tell you if anybody's been killed or not.
Not that I know of.
I mean, with all this going on, that's actually kind of an amazingly good thing. because getting hurt is a bad thing, but at least you can recover. There's no recovery from death.
No, I think most of the violence has been taken out towards store windows and running off with people's TVs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that there are, I mentioned many hours ago that there are two distinctly different groups. There's the one group, at least in my opinion, that's protesting the core issue. And then there's a very separate group that is there to take advantage of the attention of the police on the protesters, and then taking advantage of that and turning it towards free stuff.
Yeah.
And they are two very different groups.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
No, I didn't think you were laughing, but...
Yeah, look, I am all for and support civil protest.
Absolutely.
But when you start committing wanton acts of vandalism, thievery, and general mayhem, that's a wholly different subject.
Right. I mean, the only thing it has to do with the protest is they're using it as a cover.
Didn't that happen with Rodney King, too?
Yes.
We got to be careful because we can't get into a situation where we start to justify the oppressors and dismiss the oppressed simply because of the actions of a few nasty people. Because that's the same plight we face every day. Every time some asshole decides to kill people with their AR.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to say. There are two different groups. They're not indeed one and the same. They are two different groups. There is a good group of people doing what they should.
There's the good people, and then there's the eBayers.
Oh God!
Okay. I took
Blocking Yankee.
Oh, shit.
I duly support those people down there that are protesting what they see as a wrong. I don't know enough about it to say anything in that regards. But we use the same tool that they use that all people should use when there is a grievance, and that is protest, peaceful protest.
Well, I got a question. Part of the protest here is not releasing the officer's name who was involved in the shooting, and
which is illegal. They have a sunshine law that says all state records like that are public information.
Within 72 hours, unless they feel the officer's life is at stake.
No, there is nothing in the law that says unless the officer's life is endangered by it being released. There's nothing in the law that says that. They're saying that's why they're not releasing it, but there's nothing in the law. There's nothing in the sunshine law.
They're claiming that it raises an exigent circumstance.
But there is no provision for that in law. You don't get to say in law. This law doesn't get enforced because it might endanger someone who broke the law.
There is what's called a defensive necessity, and this is. And I'm not saying that what they're doing is valid.
That does not.
What I'm saying is this is what they're going to.
It does not fall into this case at all. They lined up different laws.
I'm saying that's what they're going to hitch their wagon to.
But not one of them could even find a single way this would fall under that circumstance. That is basically, it is a clear-cut law. Any public official that is involved in any action in the line of their duty, all records on that act are public property, and that is the law. Period.
Now, there's generally an exception for those when there is a criminal investigation.
No.
We don't public release everything that's known about a criminal investigation while it's ongoing.
If it is a public document, if it is a public record of someone in performance of their duty, it is public record in that state.
So you're saying that all confidential informants of the police are public record?
That is not an evaluation of someone performing their duty. They have what is called a sunshine.
And we have one here in Florida, and ours at least creates an exception. Well, ours at least creates an exception, and I'd imagine theirs probably does too, for active criminal investigations.
That doesn't fall under the same category, even by the definition of the law. Active investigations are court documents, not public documents. So they thought there was different.
Those are police and prosecutorial documents, not necessarily even filed with the courts yet.
The police do not produce non-court related documents on criminal investigations. They produce records for court investigations. They do not condone, or in any way transcript any court proceedings on their own. They produce those records for court proceedings.
You know what, David? Next time we do one of the Florida Carry chats, when I've got my lawyer on, I want to have you on so that you and he can discuss this.
Well, you can read the law. I just watched them reevaluate the law, the Sunshine Law, in there backwards and forth on CNN for an hour earlier. They said no, court documents are not the same thing. Every one of the attorneys said the court documents are not the same thing, and that this is not a court document. This is not an investigation.
Okay, theirs must have some substantial difference from the ones we have.
This is not a court document. This is not an investigation document. This is a police report on a public on the performance of duty of one of their officers. It is a public record. There's no reason why this wouldn't be. It is not a court document. It is not an investigative document, etc. It is basically a duty report. That is like saying, well, we can't tell you what officer was on patrol today at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that they wouldn't be able to get away with. But if the investigation is against the officer, whether or not the officer committed a crime,
they have no pending investigation against the officer.
Oh, then yeah, that wouldn't fly under Florida either.
Now there is possibly
now of course in Florida, if you pull a trigger, there's an automatic investigation.
There's a difference between an internal investigation and a criminal investigation.
Yeah, in Florida it's actually conducted by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. It's not an internal investigation. They bring in outside.
Wow, they say they do. They say
I'm not going to say that they don't carry water for the other departments.
They say the same thing here in Oregon too. And then after 10 years, when the records become public on the grand jury selection and etc., let's just say it wasn't exactly what they said it was.
We called a lobbyist who is a sheriff's deputy here in Florida a couple of years ago, absolutely breaking Florida law, breaking public records laws, breaking also committing the felony with the gun registry laws. And we brought it to the state prosecutor. The prosecutor declined to prosecute, and the sheriff's office did tell him, you can't do this anymore. That was his reprimand. Don't do this ever again. But they did not discipline him because he was ignorant of the law.
We have a secret grand jury system here for police indictments, and the grand jury's identity is kept secret, so they're not retaliated against by police, etc. Blah blah blah. Well, after so many years, those documents become public, and the last series of police secret grand juries that became public consisted of the chief of police's wife, his 22-year-old daughter, 2 spouses of current serving police department members, and 2 other currently serving police officers. That was the grand jury.
That sounds fair.
Yeah. And yet people don't get in an uproar about this stuff.
No, the sheeple factor is alive and well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I watched them on CNN today. They had their whole lineup of lawyers on there. Some that were defending the police in the riots, and some that were not. But when they came down to the disclosing of the documents, they're like, no, this is a regular duty report. This is just this officer was on duty at this time. There is no pending investigation. There is nothing in the law that would prevent them from turning this documentation over. In fact, they are required by law to turn this documentation over.
And I'm sure the family of whoever was shot is going to sue the crap out of them and get a court to release that. or a court to cover for them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And plus, you would never be able, in no way would you ever be able to say that the name of the officer, the time he was on duty, was a protected element of a criminal investigation, because those would be the basic public facts of the criminal investigation. That would be like saying you can't release the name of someone who's on trial. Yes, you can release the name of someone who's on trial. You can't release the pertinent information to the actual investigation, but the name is a pertinent part of the trial that would be public knowledge.
well, it was somewhere up north of me, New Jersey or something like that. I can't remember exactly where, but they had a kind of a tri-county SWAT team, and somebody tried to get public records on that, and the SWAT team came back and said, "Oh no, we're not state actors. We're a private organization that's not subject to public records laws. You know, a police SWAT team."
Well, then they're a contractor, and they're even more subjected to public record laws.
Yeah.
Those contractors are supposedly under higher scrutiny than actually public employees.
Yeah, I referred to the photography is not a crime people earlier. They do a lot of stuff with state contractors and public records and all that stuff. Again, like I say, I don't necessarily always agree with their tactics, but they are right on the law.
I was just looking at this Sunshine Law right now, reading some stuff that some of the attorneys are writing opinions on the Sunshine Law for that state, and they're like, the name of the officer involved is not a protected element of the investigation. They said his address, etc., other information would be protected elements of his private personal property. They said his name is not a protected element of the investigation under any legal definition.
Now,
It said
I
the
don't know
state-
enough about the actual incident. What was supposedly the justification for shooting this guy?
Well, supposedly the kid was wrestling with the officer for his gun when the officer shot him. But all witnesses say, no, that isn't what happened. He was standing in the middle of the street with his hands in the air when he was shot.
Was he at Walmart with a BB gun?
Now, granted, there's only 2 witnesses that I've heard so far, and I don't know if either one of them are super credible. So, I can't say that the guy wasn't wrestling for the officer's gun when he was shot. And right now, my problem isn't with the officer shooting the kid. My problem is with the way the police department is dealing with the protesters.
Well, how are you seeing it? Like, I'm saying we're getting different news sources. How are you seeing it? Like, what are they saying about how they're dealing with
I
it?
haven't seen a single news source covering it different yet. Every news source I'm seeing, everything. Now, granted, I haven't watched Fox News, so they might be right. But I've watched CNN, MSNBC. What's the other one?
ABC?
There's another big channel. I can't think of what it is right now. But all of them are like
CBS?
All of them are like, we're being harassed. They're trying to impose martial law when they don't have the authority. They're telling us we can't cover the event, that we have to turn our cameras off, etc.
Yeah, I'm sure the press is going to bring a lawsuit on that.
Like I said, I'm not even that judgmental about the actual occurrence of what happened, because I don't know enough about what happened to spark the riots, but the way they're responding to the protests is not acceptable. Kind of like with the Bundy thing. I was totally against Bundy. I thought he was a welfare queen, a tax cheat, a racist, etc. But I wasn't for BLM having SWAT teams that they're rolling out. And it's just like this. I'm not taking a side in whether that officer was right or wrong in shooting the kid. But the way the police department is dealing with the public as they protest, that is completely wrong.
Now, I thought they had free-range laws there with the Bundy thing.
No, there's no free-range laws.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, you don't have right to free-range laws. There's no such thing. You have to pay fees to be even considered, etc. He never paid his fees.
There are many states that have free-range laws.
He did not. He was not covered by any free.
They're trying to save a tortoise, man.
Fence in versus fence out laws is the other terminology for it.
He's not covered by any free-range laws. That was not even a factor of his defense.
It's for the turtle.
His whole defense basically came down to my grandparents used it and I should get to use it. That was his whole defense.
Okay, because I understood that they had a fence out law that required that if you wanted cattle not to graze on your land, you had to fence them out.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay, because a lot of states do have that. I thought they did there. Again, not something I've delved too deeply in because, well, it wasn't Florida.
I'm not aware of any law in any states where if I own private property, I have to put up a fence to prevent someone from using or destroying my property.
There are a lot of states, a lot of the plain states, a lot of the western states.
I'd have to look into that because I'm not aware of any of those.
Yeah. Look, GTS, Google that shit. Look out, fence out.
Dano internal.
Oh, okay. I was off reading another site.
We're turning down for what?
Oh, okay. Well, at least he has a point of focus, and that's good. It's always good to have a goal.
This is a lot of fucking reading.
Well, just for those on the outside, he's blaming it on me. That's
Who's
fine.
blaming what on you?
Oh, I think he's blaming it on me and myself, so probably both of us.
Oh, yeah. His outburst and then his reaffirmation of his outburst.
Yeah, Ed, I'm sure you're watching. Sorry, Ed, you stepped in it. You're done.
Well, the state I'm finding that has fence outlaws like Wyoming state that the fence outlaw actually can be as much as just making public statement that this land is no longer available to use for grazing or cattle ranching. You don't actually have to physically build a fence. Says the notice must be posted at the courthouse.
Yeah, again, it depends on the state. Some actually required the erection of an actual fence. Others, the whole posted no.
It says fence outlaw.
Posted no grazing would work.
It says fence outlaws are commonly taken from England's common law, and are usually practical in. I don't understand what that's saying. Whereas my beasts of their wrongdoing will my will and knowledge break another's clothes, I shall be punished, for I am trespassing with my beasts. That's kind of weird wording. Yeah, what do you say? I don't know anything about fence outlaws, but I know Bundy didn't have one. They tore that subject.
You want some weird wording? Go read Blackstone's commentaries on common law. It'll definitely put you to sleep, but it is really what we're based on.
It can be interesting sometimes, but this is just not making any sense to me. This is literally, the law is reading, whereas my beasts of their own wrongdoing, without my will and knowledge, break another's clothes, I shall be punished, for I am trespasser with my beast. That's weird wording.
Sounds like Macbeth.
Now, well, it's just Old English, and here's an interesting factor of that. That was actually used way back in the day during slavery for other forms of chattel doing wrong, and the owner of such chattel, that being human beings, being punished for the ill deeds of their property.
And it says here, fence outlaws actually more commonly work in the opposite direction, saying that cattle must be fenced in by their owners, not fenced out by private property owners.
Right, that's the fenced in versus fenced out.
Can't find any states that it's not listing any states that actually have active fenced outlaws right now. Wikipedia surely knows these things. Wikipedia knows everything. Well, I can't read that. That's in Latin or something.
I might conjure the dead.
Yeah.
Klaatu, Barata,
Classic.
Nickel necktie. Definitely an N-word. Wait, they say N-word?
That's it. That's the words. Oh, I love that movie.
Yes.
Very dear from my childhood.
Yep.
Should I have another donut?
Is it
I mean, you
purple frosting with sprinkles?
I don't know.
No, it's actually cinnamon.
Oh, nice. Hostess? Cinnamon?
No, actually, like I'm kind of like curious because I've been drinking vodka all night. I'm fine. And I eat a donut and I start getting heartburn. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, cinnamon. Come on now.
Yeah, cinnamons are acting with the alcohol.
Yeah.
God damn.
So I don't know if you should have another one. Unless you got Tums nearby. And then you can have whatever you want.
Yeah, Tums will cure it.
Or 5 Hour Energy, one of the two.
Okay, I'll just pass. I'll just drink the pickle juice.
Way to add more acid to the heartburn.
Yeah.
Do yourself a favor. Don't look down tomorrow morning. All kinds of interesting.
I don't know. I swear on a day-to-day basis, my bowels are saying, let them fight.
Here's another interesting bit. It says, as of 1905, Chapter 58 of Territorial Law, it does allow for civil action to be brought against any owner of cattle that trespass on private property, fenced or unfenced, but no criminal charges can be brought if land is unfenced. And they cannot be swine, goat, or elk for some reason. I don't understand why that is. They felt a real need here to put in there to say that they may not be swine. They say, where'd you go? Swine, goats, or elk. That you can bring criminal charges if the trespassing herd is swine, goat, or elk. What do they got against swine, goat, and elk? Are y'all not talking about anything? Is really the most interesting part of this chat me reading case law?
I'm sorry, were you talking to us?
I just discovered Nothing Fancy came out with a video that was actually only 10 minutes long.
Really? Is that just him telling you that he's going to make a video later?
It's okay. Yeah, I think you're probably right. It's probably just a promo.
What I love is when he makes a video that's 30 minutes long, and then the next day he posts another, like the same video from like a different angle. Or let's look at it from a different viewpoint. You know, kind of like let's take a different perspective on it today.
Well, you know, when you change the philosophy of use, that changes everything.
And like, couldn't you covered all that in the first 30-minute review?
Hey, it's a different kind of cool. Or a second kind of cool, I'm sorry.
There you go.
By the way, Yankee, you misspoke. You meant the first 30 minutes of the video. Because you know his videos are always over 30 minutes.
That's why a 10-minute video really sticks out.
I'll go look into this.
Zone. It's all good.
That's too reedy. That's too reedy.
So, Dan, do you get to read what I just shared?
I will step back over and take a look.
Or just actually just look at my screen anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, you must be friends.
Nope.
Well, isn't that how he gets to post to your...
It's not my wall, it's just the main gun channels page.
Oh, okay. I was looking somewhere else for it. I thought it was in the scrolling comments.
Oh, no. Main gun channels page.
Okay.
Here's the Colorado one. It's a little more easy to understand. As in Colorado, the landowner can fence or unfence his land. He has no legal recourse for criminal charges against someone that trespasses with their beasts if their land is fenced. If their land is unfenced, though, they still have the right to request that owners remove the beast from their land, and if not done so within a timely manner, can take ownership of the beast.
Huh.
Interesting.
Take ownership of the beast.
No mention of swine or elk.
They don't say anything about swine. They're not swine bigots in Colorado.
Swine bigots.
Yeah.
Well, you know, once swine escaped, they're now feral and open season on feral pig, right?
I'm betting that's why you can't have wild packs of roaming swine. Plus, they're aggressive. I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, right.
I would love
Hey,
to
I'm just
helicopter shoots.
I'm just thinking it means free bacon.
Yes.
Free bacon?
For bacon.
Somebody said free bacon? Where?
Pretty soon there's going to be this onslaught of dead pigs everywhere. It's going to cause some weird disease, probably.
Hey, is Bob still alive?
No.
Yeah.
Saw him the other night.
Yeah. Well, I'm still not convinced he was alive.
Yeah.
Well.
It's been like over a month since I've been on. I just want to make sure he's still alive.
I think he's working on that trailer.
Yeah, Bob was on last night.
He's retired now, and that's a
I
scary
know he's
thought.
been retired, did he?
He
Yeah,
re-retired.
I think he drinks earlier now, so that's why we're not seeing him as much.
He passes out a lot soon.
I thought he didn't retire until fall.
Oh no, he just
He was retired, then he went back to work, and then I guess he's retired again now.
Well, up north, isn't it kind of close to fall?
Yeah.
It's been fall up north for 3 weeks. It feels like frickin' fall here. Yesterday, the high temperature was 64.
Yeah, I think we were about 94.
Today we jumped back into the 70s, but dang, it's cold. 47 tonight, so near the low.
Good Lord, where do you live?
Wisconsin?
Oh, southern Canada.
Southern.
It's the high up by you right now.
Did you say 47, Cork?
Yeah, it's going to be a low temperature tonight.
Freaking really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's like my
That's like my
December
today,
low.
which is up by Lake Superior. Their high temperature was 50.
Yeah, 47's like December low here.
Not complaining.
And I'm walking around in a frickin' parka.
Shorts and t-shirt weather still. Anything above 32 is short and t-shirts weather.
At 63 where I am.
Temp right now, I don't know. It's cool in my house. It's only 68.
Yeah, but what's that? Late afternoon.
Oh, today we're in the low 70s.
Okay. So
right now it's 55.
Well, just cuddle up to your cats.
They will keep me warm.
Or
when I woke up this morning, I had 3 of them curled up right beside me. Which is actually more than I thought would ever curl up next to me, but no, I got all 3. 4th one never sleeps on the bed, so I don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, see, I have an 80-pound Pitweiler that believes he's a blanket.
Pitweiler.
Yeah, pit bull Rottweiler.
Oh, dogs make great warming blankets in winter.
I'm trying to get a dog that's a Basset Hound Boxer mix.
Yeah.
I think it included a step stool in the making.
I'm just trying to think of that one. It's kind of like those Chihuahua Great Dane mixes.
It's an unusual looking dog. Like a long-legged, droopy-eared boxer.
It's actually, the dog is Basset Hound like size. The coat is very boxer, and the face is Basset Hound, but kind of shorter.
Okay.
Oh, I dated a girl that looked like that.
Does it have less jowls?
No, it doesn't really have the. It's just it looks kind of Basset Houndish, just like more pushed in face.
Yeah, because dogs like Bassets that have a lot of jowls, when they shake their coat, their spit goes flying all over the place.
Yep, love it.
And along with other dogs that have like big jowls, like bulldogs, like various types, mastiffs.
Up here, mostly right now, up for adoption are pits or pit mixes.
There's that seems to be a regular thing all over the place is pit mixes.
Yeah. Actually, around my house, I think there's 4 people that have pit mixes.
I mean,
Yeah, I've got 2. I've got pit Rottweiler mix, and I have one that's pit, and we think Dalmatian.
How many
Happiest
babies
damn
have
dog
they,
you've ever seen.
How many babies have they killed?
3 tonight.
Wait. I need to ask that question in a different way. I need to phrase that question differently. Do your pits kill babies still?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, pit bulls are definitely a beautiful dog. I mean, it's too bad they got a bad rap. Like, gun owners.
Pits are like children. You just have to raise them right.
Well,
one of the people that walks in our neighborhood the other day said something to our neighbor about us having a pit bull in our house, and our neighbor's like, "It's a 70-pound English bulldog."
Oh.
Think that for a bit.
Pit bull is unless you got some bacon.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's miniature Dachshund beats the shit out of my Pitweiler. Of course, possums in my backyard don't stand a chance.
Possum.
Well, I just look at my animal shelter, and tons of cats right now. Anybody's looking to adopt a cat, now's the time.
How many did you?
I'm looking to start a Chinese restaurant.
I know.
What, Alf?
Yeah.
A number of years ago, I spent the summer volunteering at the animal shelter, and we had, and I don't know how just our shelter or not, but the percentage of cats that were put down versus dogs was dramatically different because we had so many more cats than dogs by far. I don't know if that's a common thing or not.
They breed a lot faster.
Yes. Yeah. So there's just so many more of them. I mean, we did a lot of placements, but you just can't do that many placements.
Yeah, thankfully the shelter I go to is a no-kill. They don't kill unless a cat is terminally ill.
Well, at the time that I was looking at a place to volunteer, the only shelter, within 45 minutes of my home was the county shelter. So, it was a kill shelter.
We need reasonable pet restrictions.
We need to get the FBI to intervene in the cat community and take care of the population. Or is that CIA?
Someone need a towel to wipe off their microphone.
I definitely would not be able to volunteer at the local animal shelter because I'd just try and bring them all home.
Oh, that would not work.
Me too.
Big giant softie for.
Well, at the end of the summer, I did come home with an extra dog, who is currently still living with me. So.
Yeah, there's right now my shelter. They have 6 dogs for adoption. They've got to have at least 30 cats.
Holy hell.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm never getting another cat, though.
Still have yours, Neon?
Nope, it ran away. They hated me or something.
Well, you do have to feed them.
I did. I left out a can of tuna once a week.
Oh, well, I don't see what the problem was then.
No, I mean, it was kind of an indoor-outdoor cat. I think someone might have picked it up and then just took it home or something.
Possibility.
Yeah. I mean, he was definitely a pretty cat. Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't keep a friggin' collar on him, though.
Yeah, we recently had a thing here in Florida where this 8-year-old kid is walking their dog down the street, and somebody pulls up in a car and steals the kid's dog.
Okay.
So, like, 24 or 48 hours later, this person, being the rocket scientist that he was, after seeing all the press over somebody stealing this poor kid's dog, gives the dog to a friend and says, well, bring the dog to the police. Which, of course, take him in, question him, and he says, well, this is the person that gave me the dog, of course, because I don't want to get stuck with the rap for stealing the dog.
Yeah.
And, rocket scientist. The guy was just like, oh, well, it looked kind of like a dog I lost. Of course, he had no proof that he had a dog before.
When I was 8. Yeah.
But, all happy ending, kid gets his dog back.
I see that the Bob is trying to communicate.
The Bob?
The Bob?
The Bob.
I'm here.
Oh, hey there, Bob.
Oh, you're still going your
Hey there.
We didn't have enough beard.
It's like puke green. What's going up with your screen?
Change that for later, Anna. How's that? That better?
Now it's red.
I think that's worse.
He's
Bob's
just
done.
remembering everyone deployed.
Just pick a picture.
Guys, give me strength.
No,
I
Google's
gotta
just
get
being
off
an
this.
ass. Well, I think it might be I'm downloading about 20 books right now, so.
Oh, yeah, that could definitely be it.
Somebody give me strength and get me off the shelter page before I end up making a bad decision.
In the
Yeah,
arms
you shouldn't do that anymore. The
angels.
last cat we got started peeing on shit.
Started doing what?
Peeing on stuff.
Peeing on stuff?
Peeing. Pissing.
Peeing. Oh, you mean spraying?
Peeing, pissing, whatever. Urinating.
Yeah, she would. That was a little girl cat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was spraying.
Girls?
No, she's peeing, but it's because like the
He started peeing on stuff first, and she just followed his lead, and he blamed her.
No, the big
All right, I gotta go meet
the big fat cat's got her terrified.
I'll be back. I gotta go meet a strange man in a parking lot in the dark.
You bringing a watermelon
He's going to get his ammo.
with two holes in it?
Oh, I thought he was going to buy some Amsol or something.
I'm gonna go buy some. I'm buying some ammo.
No,
Yep.
I thought you were going to go get the Pepper 12.
Say hi to Luke.
Wish I could find someone with a Pepper 12.
Yeah, you know what? Those Vepr 12s, you can get them to shoot birdshot. You got to drill out the gas port.
Anybody hear from Luke in the past 2 weeks?
No.
Well, Yankee has.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. Who's popping popcorn?
Not me.
I'm just popping bands.
Yeah, that popcorn's bad for your teeth, man.
I've got a craving for popcorn now. Thank you very much.
So is it brushing your teeth, Bob?
No. You gotta then floss the son of a bitch like crazy after you. It's just not worth eating popcorn.
Well, if you have gaps the size of like marbles between your teeth.
I mean, it tastes decent. It's just it's not worth the work to get it out.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't even think it's that tasty, really. I regular corn, like not popped corn, like corn on the cob. Fuck, I love that shit. I eat a ton of it.
I'm going to tell you this. Popcorn is a conveyance of both butter and salt. It's what you use to get butter and salt without just feeling bad about eating butter
You're one
and
of
salt.
those salt people.
Hey, Quark.
I actually don't like salt on it. I just put butter on it.
Hey, Quark,
Smother it
next
in butter.
time you have popcorn, take a ramen flavor packet and dump it in there instead of salt.
Well, it kind of defeats the purpose of not adding salt because ramen flavor packets, that's all they are is salt.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. Like,
Where the hell do you get the gypsy flavor packets? Do you actually have to use fresh ones, or can you just buy it dry or something?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't. If I have ramen,
I didn't know you could actually buy flavor packets made out of gypsies.
Hey, that's offensive. If I was gypsy.
I'll bet Huck would be offended. I mean, because his parents were like gypsies, so I mean, he'd probably think it was pretty bad that people were actually like grinding them up and using them to flavor popcorn. I mean, that seems pretty rude.
Well, either way, I'm saying it's a pretty good use of the packets if you don't use them in the noodles.
But don't you use those flavor packets when you make the noodles?
Yep.
I prefer to just put like a little butter in them, and that's it.
Well, I like the flavor packets. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, just try it.
My kids like everything except the chili powder.
All right, so what you can do with the noodles after you've used the flavor packets on your popcorn, break them up and put them in coleslaw. Sounds weird, but it's damn
Oh,
good.
you could do that.
I fucking hate coleslaw.
You want to know something that's really good?
Coleslaw is
That's butter on it?
It is runny ass freaking
Like
salad.
make spaghetti.
I eat
Make
cold
spaghetti,
sauce, you know,
and then put
you get
butter
that
on it
more
instead
raw?
of spaghetti sauce.
I say,
Yeah, but
that's
the
just
ramen
butter
takes
noodles.
up some of the
No,
runny.
you got to make.
Oh God.
Of course,
Yeah,
if you're
if
eating,
you make-
if you're eating
if you
coleslaw
make,
that's that runny, you're eating overdressed coleslaw.
Click the button to get started.
Wife makes coleslaw. It's really good.
Mm-hmm. I got a recipe that tastes just like KFC.
Say, coleslaw.
Yeah, but who would want that?
I like KFC coleslaw.
KFC has the worst coleslaw ever.
I like their coleslaw.
Coleslaw is like,
I'm
you
a
know,
fan
when you
of
mow the
coleslaw.
lawn,
Maybe.
and you know the grass that gets stuck to the inside of the lawnmower deck. That's what coleslaw is. Runny frickin' choppings. Ugh.
It's cabbage and carrots, really.
I've only downloaded 88 kilobytes of 1,800 kilobytes of books.
That's okay. I've been trying to render a 37-minute 1080p video for a while. God, it takes forever on the laptop.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to load all these books on my Kobo, because I used to have like 40 or 50 books in a little fucking thing.
Do what?
What kind of video you trying to get up?
It's just some range footage from this Core 30 that I've been having issues with.
Is it just raw footage or edited?
No, it's just the raw, but I'm re-rendering it.
Okay. I mean, wouldn't it be a lot less bandwidth to upload it if you edited it first?
Well, here's the thing. This came off the Google Glass in
1%er in the house.
Yeah, thanks. In 720, I'm re-rendering it to 1080 so it matches up with the GoPro video.
Okay. Tell us more about your 1%er issues.
Remember when people used to call name
I
drop?
definitely have. Yeah, I definitely have first world problems.
Mr. Weird Al.
Yeah, see, they tried to give me one of those things, and I said no.
One of what things?
A Google
There's Google glasses.
It's basically a face-mounted camera. I mean, that's all I've found a good use
Google
for.
You use Google glasses. You have almost no videos.
Google Glass.
You have almost no
I'm
videos.
gonna say this. Google glasses are great for giving you
Yeah,
a
I know, but it likes me. I'm personal and I'm funny when I do videos, so I mean, people like that. Can I say?
Well, last video
asked me to do a TV series. I don't know.
decades ago, Bob. Come on.
What's so?
Do what?
If you're so funny, Bob, why haven't I subscribed to you?
Exactly.
Last video I saw Bob do was like from 2 decades ago. It's kind of sad.
Hey, can I say? People like
I had
me.
like
I don't know why.
5 days of straight videos I released. They're all crap, but I did them
I don't know
anyway.
why. It's just it's weird.
Yeah,
I
I've
haven't
only
put one up
released
and
like
it's
3
like
videos.
fucking
but
too
they
much
each get-
work.
But they're each over 100,000 views.
Yeah. Usually you have to have something that makes them
I
want to.
put all mine. Yeah. Anytime I make a video, I release it because fucking I don't care.
Exactly.
It's real easy to shoot because I put the camera in front of me or I hold it and I just talk, and then I show shit, and then I talk some more, and then I upload it.
Well, you and Gun Geek have that in common, at least, just that occasionally he has some pretty good stuff.
I do not have any good stuff. What do you say?
That's true. Yeah, most of my stuff's just dead boring. Yeah, but apparently I'm entertaining. I haven't figured it out either.
But that's more of a chat thing
I
rather
wish
than
it translated to real life.
that's more of a chat thing rather than a doing your own video thing.
Hey, Bob, can I hire you for
Yeah, I know.
party entertainment? We will pay
No.
you in Labatt.
No.
How about that?
Oh no! It's like my wife keeps wanting me to do talks at her bookstore and stuff about prepping and stuff, and I'm like, not a fucking chance.
They will be slapped with a lawsuit so fast. Discrimination.
Oh yeah, I heard you guys. Like, I actually heard part of that shit went on tonight. That was like, holy crap, that's worse than I say.
Yep.
But anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Yankees gone, so I was gonna go fucking.
Life's like a box of chocolates. You might get
Yeah,
it.
go out and buy some 1x2s and make 2 more new frames for Fresnel lenses. So, yay.
What are you gonna make frames for, Quark?
Fresnel lenses. I picked up a 55-inch one today.
Oh, okay.
Old projection television today, and then
Why don't you use
I've got a
1x2s? They're a lot
47-inch.
lighter.
Because you still got to be able to drill through them, get the eye bolt in there, so you're able to adjust the lens. You don't want to hit the.
Oh, you can do it. You just don't go big. What you got to do is, the thing is with wood, what you got to learn is don't just go mechanical. Do a glue fastener, eh? Like Gorilla Glue or even just regular the Elmer's exterior wood glue. It adds so much to the. It's just amazing.
T88.
You ever watch a stitch and glue boat? It's just like, holy
Well, I don't care
fuck.
if the frames look. Actually, I don't even care if the frames look pretty. They're just there to hold the lens.
Well, no, but
So
I
they're
mean,
getting
why not
screwed
make it as
together.
light as possible? For it costs next to nothing.
Yeah, wood screws cost me nothing because I got a bunch.
I love using glue. Yeah.
See,
no,
I
but
I was
using
building
glue,
a-
man. I fucking use it for a lot of stuff.
I was building a wood structure airplane, and well, I haven't gotten back to it in a while because I just ran out of room in the garage due to other issues. But it's all T88 structural epoxy. There's the only thing bonding all the wood on this thing is this really good glue.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I
Gets
mean,
a really good
I used to
buzz.
build model airplanes, well, I still do, but I mean,
Oh,
the
no,
thing
this,
is,
this is one that's going to fit
the
my large
epoxy,
ass inside it.
the structure would break before the epoxy would let go. Like
I'm
the
gonna
epoxy held
say
better
this.
than the wood held together. Like the wood would fail first.
Sean, I'm gonna say this. I've seen some RC planes that would fit your big ass inside them.
Oh, this one is directly controlled.
Okay. Those are easier to fly, so you know.
Oh, you're building a home build. Oh yeah, I always wanted to do.
Yeah.
I always wanted to do one of those. I wanted to do a replica of a Mosquito though, like a 2-seater that looked like a de Havilland Mosquito with a couple of like small inline 6-cylinders in them.
Yeah, I'm doing a
Probably
Rand
diesels.
KR2.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah, I'm doing a Rand KR2 that I've actually modified the design on
Okay.
a little bit because, well, you know, I'm a glutton for punishment, and I went to school for it and thought I knew what I was doing. So, been building that. It's probably
Never
going to
done
be
that.
another 20 years before I actually finish the thing. But I'm going to power it with a
That's about
6-cylinder
right. Yeah.
Corvair engine.
That's D.
At least that's the plan for right now.
'Cause,
Unless somebody comes out with a
who is it?
cheaper engine that's just as good.
Yeah. Rotax makes a really nice one that's, you know, Corvair engines, I mean, they were cheap.
Rotax
they
makes
made
a really
power,
nice engine
they
that
were
costs
fairly
3
light,
times
but
more. I would
For
love
which
a
one?
Rotax engine. I would love to put a Rotax engine in it, but they cost 3 times more than rebuilding a Corvair for it.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I understand that. Well, I mean, I want to build. I don't mind a 6-cylinder. Now, of course, in my head, I'll never build it, but I want it to have 6-cylinder turbo diesels. Just because the fuel's the same as what the jets use. It's, you know, basically.
Oh yeah, but they're heavy.
You can fly it anywhere, and tons of power.
Yeah, but they're heavy.
Well, yeah, but if you can pull 1,000 horsepower out of them, which you can. Yeah, but you've got a twin-engine aircraft that, you know, I mean, ultimately a 4-seat. Which you could. I mean, it would be a scaled-down Mosquito, but at the same time, you know, you'd have yourself and, you know, 3 friends along. And it would fucking move, man. If you use the same aerodynamics and the same build style, because, the Mosquito was built with 2 layers of plywood with a layer of balsa wood in between the plywood. So it fucking weighed nothing, but was strong as hell.
Give you some balsa.
There's now 1 Mosquito flying, and there's 2 more are going to be flying in the next 2 years. That's amazing. A wooden airplane that's, going to be flying again after what it was designed in 39.
There's a lot of wooden airplanes flying.
Yeah. Well, 75 years old that, like, warplanes? No, not warplanes. There's World War I ones flying, but they're wooden different kind of thing.
Yeah.
That can still do, like, 500 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, the Mosquito was so phenomenal. And they really were strong. There was... Yep. And to think that when they first built them, the British War Ministry didn't want them. They said, no, wooden airplanes, those are no good. Then they test flew it, and it was 40 miles an hour faster than a Spitfire. And they went, oh, well, plus it carry 4,000 pounds of bombs all the way to Berlin and back. Nothing like it. Yeah, I love that airplane.
Of course, if I remember right, the Supermarine have a wooden wing as well?
I think maybe the prototypes did, but no, actually not even prototypes. It was the Hawker Hurricane that was built almost like a World War I airplane. It had canvas on the back. It only had metal sheeting on the front. It was built with... It wasn't a wooden frame, but it was partially wood.
It might have been the Hurricane that I'm thinking of, but I have to look that up.
Yeah, no, the Spitfire was always a elliptical wing, all metal construction. That's what made it so.
The Spitfire.
New. And it's really weird that World War. Yeah. Yeah. That's what was really weird about World War II was the antagonist powers were almost at the same level, at least for the Germans and the British, as far as aircraft technology went when they met. So it led to such an even fight.
The Germans.
I mean, because you really couldn't.
They just really continued the R&D. I mean, if Germany had been a little bit faster with the jet, we'd have been in big trouble.
Yep. Although Whittle had his engine design at the same time as the German guys did. But the Germans went, oh yeah, we're going to jump on this technology and develop it. Here's a couple of 1,000 pounds. You can work in that back corner over there. And it wasn't given its any kind of development until later, until after the war actually started. And at the same time, they did get a jet up in the air within weeks of the Germans. And they didn't know about each other's work. That was another weird, amazing thing about World War II. Because you have jets in France after D-Day. They just never got a chance to run up against the ME-262s.
Yeah.
Good
Well, that's
thing,
the thing.
too, because
The Germans were the first ones that actually put them into
alive
production.
at that point.
Yeah, there were other jets, but the Germans were the first to put them into production.
Okay, on that note, guys.
Yeah. I'm out.
I'm out for the...
Hey, but they all had 50 calibers in them.
We'll catch you lads later.
All right, talk to you, man. Now, speaking of guns, who had the better guns in World War II fighters? Who had the best gun setup? The Germans, the Americans, the Russians, the
Well,
Brits?
we had planes with Ma Deuce in them.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
the
used to
Americans'
this
big
day.
advantage was that 50 cal.
I mean,
Yeah.
used to this day with really no
Yeah,
modifications
I know.
over what they were used with in World War II. It's just, it's a beautiful
Yeah.
design.
The 30 caliber Browning, one of Mr. Browning's signs. You know what was really interesting about that? I saw they dug up just about 10 years ago, nosedived into a field, and they dug up. It was 35 feet down, and they found the wing with the guns in it. They dug it up. They pulled the guns out. One of them cleaned it up and fired it. Like 70 years in the fucking, they're crashing at 500 miles an hour into the fucking ground, and they cleaned it up and it worked. Is that a testament to gun?
No, you're breaking up a lot to me.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was me.
It's downloading
Am
all
I
those
breaking up?
books he's going to read. Well, you were. It's downloading all those books and filling your bandwidth. I know you got to get your reading material for tomorrow already, but geez, come on.
Yeah, Bob, sounds like you've fallen into
Like
the
30 or 40 books. I don't read them all. I mean, I only get the free books off Kobo, right? Because I won't pay like $10 for an. I pay $10 for a real book. I can my bookshop.
Yeah, I'd rather have the thing that I'm not going to lose by mistake by accidentally deleting it.
Past few years, I haven't bought anything.
Well, I've had that happen. I actually had my ebook go dead, and all these books I was in the middle of reading. Well, not all these. 4 or 5 books I was in the middle of reading. That some of them were really good, although you couldn't get me to tell you the title if they were gone, and I was in the middle of reading them. Fuck.
I only read one book at a time.
Oh, I tend to read 4 or 5 at a time.
I have no problem getting electronic copies of fiction books. It's the nonfiction stuff that I might use as reference that I kind of insist on getting a hard copy of.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with you totally there, Daniel.
How to fix this, how to, you know.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get through.
Yeah.
I was say something about the tensile feel of a book and the smell of a book. You just can't get that with a e-reader.
Yeah, I've been trying to get through Atlas Shrugged since Christmas, and well, I'm about a third of the way through it, so it'll be a 3-year book, I guess.
Yeah, well, I've still never made it through War and Peace. I think I've got about 3/4 of the way through it, and it says like, oh my fucking god, I got to read something else. But I also get, my wife works in a bookstore, so I get lots of free magazines, aviation mags, gun mags, this kind of stuff. They're just, you know, they're tear-offs, and then I mulch them up and turn them into firewood or, you know, paper bricks.
Yeah,
But,
mine's just I spend too much time with either the job that pays me, the job that doesn't pay me, doing gun right stuff, or I guess sitting around and yakking with you clowns.
Yeah.
Sean, let me
Oh, I
ask
know.
you.
It actually cut right good.
I
Go ahead,
understand
Dano.
that you are a passionate flyer, and have you ever been flying about, whether it be over the Gulf or over the Atlantic, and been out of sight, and suddenly you realized how dependent you were for the I forget what they actually call them, but those permanently located RF stations that you can use for guidance?
You know, give me a map and a compass and a stopwatch. What did Lindbergh say? I'll fly the Alps blindfolded. You know, I am truly a full-on dead reckoning pilot. I am totally comfortable navigating without any navigational aids. However, they're there and I do use them.
Have you
Yeah.
ever
Oh,
run
that's the way to be. That's
ever run into an issue because of, I don't know, do you normally fly over the Gulf side or the Atlantic side or both?
A bit of both. Usually, I'm on the Atlantic side, but you know,
Okay.
but generally, I try not to get too far offshore unless I'm trying to, unless there's a good reason for it, because
Right.
I would rather put it down on the beach than put it down in the water
Right.
if something did go wrong.
Have you ever, in your time doing this, noticed magnetic anomalies in your compass flying out?
I have flown right through the Bermuda Triangle, and I have never had an issue.
Well, that's not exactly what I was illuminating to, but it's more, it's not the triangle as it is a potential issue of magnetic anomalies. I don't go the full tinfoil.
There's always a magnetic deviation, but I have not noticed anything other than some very localized stuff that you're in and out of in seconds. But
Right.
No degradation to navigation.
Now, have you noticed that like it may be due to like a large shipwreck that from 60 years ago, or
No, just
or it's just some sort of anomaly that's somewhere down deep in Earth that?
yeah, just there are some weird things with magnetic fields. And usually when there is a deviation, it is minor. I mean, we're talking a couple of degrees, not even something that you'd worry about while flying.
Right.
you fly up in the Arctic, and it's a totally different story.
Yeah, that's a different. That's a different animal.
That's when the North Pole isn't exactly true north.
No.
Well, it's never true north, but
Right.
There are, at least so I am told, you start getting into the small numbers of the northern latitudes, and you get way too far north or way too far south, and things do start getting squirrely.
Oh yeah, I worked up in northern Canada, and I had part of my work I had to fly, not me fly, but I've flown with bush pilots up there, and it was just like, I mean, you'd be sitting there, and a lot of these small planes, I'd always say I want to sit in the next to the pilot. They're like Aztecs and shit like that. Well, the Cessna 180s. So anyway, you could always sit next to the pilot, and we'd be flying along, and you'd be hitting all this turbulence and all this crap, and all of a sudden, the pilot would be just happily flying along, this is normal, and you'd look at the compass, because I always look at the instruments and shit. I'm interested in flying, and the compass would be fucking just spinning, like and going back
you get
and
into
forth.
turbulence, that thing's useless.
Oh yeah.
That's why we have directional gyros, and if you're in a plane that doesn't have them for some reason, it's visual reference.
Is anybody familiar with
Okay, what are you butting in for now, Yankee?
Is anybody in here familiar with Herter's ammo?
I've heard of it, not shot it.
Yeah.
I just bought 750 rounds of it, so I hope it's good.
I didn't hear anything bad.
Oh, I did. I heard it was total shit. That it would actually blow your gun up.
I can say I have shot herders, and I've never had an issue with it.
I heard it would rape your dog in the middle of the night when you went to sleep.
Yeah.
I do have a follow-up question for you, Sean, and not necessarily personally, maybe through other people or magazines you may have heard something, is when we do have ionic storms, primarily in the north and south, does that have an effect on...
yeah, well, okay, so my other crazy hobby is doing ham radio stuff.
Holy fuck, you really like to pick the white elephants.
I got into it.
Oh, the money cows.
I got into it when I was a kid. When they came out with all the digital modes, I got back into it. But yeah, it can it can blank your radios, it can blank your navigation, it can screw with GPS signals. It's nothing to play with.
Yeah. I mean, everybody thinks that now we've got GPS and everything. Oh, you could never get lost flying in the north or.
I've lost GPS. I've completely lost GPS in flight.
Yeah.
Yep.
It does happen.
Yeah. I mean, it comes down to how many points of failure do you need until you're blind.
No matter how many points of failure there are in the aircraft, I have a watch, I have a compass, and I have a map. I can navigate.
Yeah, as long as it keeps flying.
And cities do still put the city name on their water towers. And yes, I have flown around looking for water towers in the past.
Well, apparently that was very famous, but not water towers in Canada. It was granaries, because every small town had a granary.
I'm thinking more in terms of IFR, not VFR.
Well, for IFR use, you're very dependent on your navigational aids. But still, there are procedures for dealing with loss of radio navigation, and it's back to the same map, compass, and stopwatch that I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. If you go this far at this speed, in this direction, then you're going to be here. So then you might have to turn to go there, so you have to do a turn at a certain degree, and then go back to straight and level, and then keep your compass heading in that degree, and go that many minutes.
Before the radio systems were as reliable as they are today, you had a lot of inertial navigation systems. With inertial nav, you're not necessarily tied to everything else, but the inertial navs are not all that accurate. They're enough to get you there, but you've still got to get a visual on something to get there.
If you're in 10 tenths, if you're at 10 tenths and it goes down to like 100 feet, you're in trouble.
Well, I gotta go to bed, guys. We'll catch you all another night.
Yeah, we'll see you, Dano. Take her easy.
Not to say that it hasn't been an exciting night, but not exciting in a good way. So, anyway, have a good one, all.
All right, you too, man. Am I still roboting, or am I getting better?
No, you're good now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. I think that's because my download froze. Apparently, I was trying to download too much. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Try to do everything at once. Yeah, so got the get the camper just kind of finished up, so it's still haven't tested the sewage system. A little leery on that one.
That's one of those things that you want to make sure works.
Yeah, well, if you use it. Yeah. The thing
You'll
is,
use it.
Yeah, campsites I go to, they're like our campsite is usually within 30 feet of either an outhouse or a nice lighted, real toilet type bathroom.
Yeah, but still, there's something about sitting on your own throne.
Not none. Well, no, it's actually you found out it's a 20-foot camper. I found the original owner's manuals and everything with this thing. It's really cool because they're really funny. You got to love the way the people are dressed, and they're towing this camper with a 1982 Jeep Grand Caravan with wood paneling and the chrome handrails on the top and
nice.
Pretty cool. This is a nice camper, though. Everything works, it seems like. I just haven't tested the plumbing because, that's the one thing that always breaks on these fucking things. I got the, rest of the gray water all works. that's easy to work on in your driveway because if it spills, the neighbors aren't going to complain. You spill your black water tank here. Oh, people are going to complain.
Other people would be the least of my worry. I'd be complaining.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Sorry, I want a camper, not a honey truck.
Well, and that's, well, you know, the tank seems to be empty, but...
Oh, God, I hope so.
Yeah, well, no, I tapped it before I bought it or anything, you know. It's like, okay, the sewage tank's empty.
Pull up to your local fire hydrant and flush that bad boy.
Yep. No, we got campgrounds that aren't that far of a drive that, you know, they'd have a dump station, but yeah, I just don't want to use it because we're so close to that, and we're so used to camping in a tent anyway.
Yeah, since I got out of the Army, camping for me is pretty much a hotel that doesn't have room service. I think since the military, I've probably spent maybe 3 nights either in a tent or sleeping in the back of my truck. I guess Bob crashed.